Yo, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Fitz TV here, aka Lauren33. I'm back here today with another video on the channel for you guys, and today we are gonna go through the entire Granolah the Survivor Arc from start to finish. It starts in Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 67 and goes all the way to Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 87. So we're gonna go through this arc start to finish. You guys are gonna hear me narrate over the panels, and for some of you guys who have not gone back and read the entire arc already, this will be a good chance for you guys to do it. You guys just get to listen to me talk for the next couple hours, but we did this once before with the Moro arc, the Galactic Prisoner arc, and I enjoyed it and you guys enjoyed it as well, so I was like, why not do it again for the Granolah the Survivor arc. I got some water next to me, so I'm ready to go. But yes, so let's sit back and relax and let's not waste any time. Let's get into the Granolah the Survivor arc. So things start in Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 67. Our heroes are celebrating with the Galactic Patrol after the defeat of Moro, and it states with that Goku and his friends' time in the Galactic Patrol was over. So we see Jacko chilling with another Galactic Patrol member at the Galactic Prison, and we see some of the convicts and the escapees from the Galactic Prison. They're trying to, have a little banter with Jacko and company, right? But one of the questions that comes up is what happened to OG 73, right? The assumption was that OG 73 was destroyed in the big explosion that killed Moro. They thought when Moro perished that OG 73 did as well, but we see that Jacko and the rest of the Galactic Patrol, they're not entirely sure anymore based off some comments made by the Galactic prisoners. And then we go back down to Earth and we see in the crater where the explosion that killed Moro took place, we see that OG 73 is alive and he is slowly regenerating. He's nowhere close to having his full body back, but he is slowly regenerating. As you can see, half his head is alive and well. So we see Jacko head down back to Earth to try to see if they can find OG 73, but there is nothing there. But we see that some other aliens have already taken OG 73, and he is now locked in a special box, a special containment unit. You can also see that his head has fully regenerated at this point, but he seems to be unconscious. So with that, Jacko thinks that everything is well, and he heads off to go buy some stuff on Earth, like cheese and milk. But then we go to another part of space, and we see that Master Goku, I hope I'm saying his name correctly, but Master Goku, they're talking about OG 73, and we can see that it seems that Master Goku is making some kind of army of OG 73 units, and his plan at the end of the day is almost like any other evildoer, and he wants to rule the universe. At this point, we see a small spaceship arriving near Master Goku's spaceship, and we get our first look at the main character of this arc, and it is Granolah, right? We see he has an AI with him that is named Oatmeal, and you can see Oatmeal talks to Granolah through a special headpiece, which is located on Oatmeal's, on Granolah's right arm or right eye. So we see that Goku and the rest of his crew, they see that Granolah is arriving on their spaceship, and they start firing as soon as they see him. But Granolah has supreme sniping abilities, and he's able to take out all of the crewmates fairly easily. He's no scratches on him at all. We also see Granolah goes down a hallway, and he is now confronted by an army of OG 73s, right? But this is not the one that Granolah is looking for. He's looking for a specific OG unit, right? We see there's an OG 72, there's an OG 60, there's an OG 20, etc., etc. Granolah is able to take most of them out very easily with no scratches. And we see Granola continues to take them out until he gets to like the main hub, and then we see OG73 standing in a containment unit. And you see his body has regenerated a little bit more, and Granola has a smile on his face. So entering the manga chapter 68, we start off with a flashback to around 40-50 years ago, right? And this would come to be known as Planet Cereal, Granola's homeworld. We can see that there's destruction everywhere. You can see there's ships with Frieza soldiers landing on the planet. You can also see black silhouettes of great apes everywhere, right? We also get the first person perspective of somebody running into a house of sorts, and then that person looks up and sees a great ape looking into the building with a very familiar scar, a scar from a certain Saiyan that we know very well. We'll get into more of that later. But we see right at that moment, Granola wakes up in a panic as he seems to just had another nightmare. And this is a nightmare that he's had multiple times in the past. So Granola makes sure nobody's following him as he's delivering the OG73 unit to somebody else, right? And we can see we got a little more information here. Granola is talking about how he, after all these years, 40-50 years has passed, he still has nightmares about what Frieza and the Saiyans did to his home world, as Granola is the only surviving member of his race, aka the Cerealians, right? So, as Granola mentions the Saiyans, we pan over the Beerus planet and we see the one, the only Goku, and he is in an intense moment as he's trying to catch the Oracle Fish. Why is he trying to catch the Oracle Fish? Well, they're trying to give him some vitamins, as we learn that the Oracle Fish has problems with insomnia, right? And if he doesn't take his vitamins, he's not going to be able to rest. So Goku's able to catch him as Whis is able to give him his shot, and he peacefully goes to sleep. And Whis mentions that the Oracle Fish suffering from a lack of sleep is a bad omen for the future. And we can see this kind of gets Goku a little bit excited because he was hoping that another strong fighter was about to crash the party. And then Vegeta's like, will you ever learn your lesson? Beerus also gets annoyed because, you know, Goku's desire always to fight strong enemies seems to put him in hot water. If you remember, at the end of the Moral arc, Beerus got in hot water with the Grand Priest and Zeno because of what happened with Mirrors. So Beerus wants Goku just to stop wanting to fight people because it always means bad luck for him. But besides the point, we then see Goku training with Whis, right? And one of the big things, probably the biggest thing for Goku coming out of the Moral arc, is that now he can transform into Ultra Instinct at will. Ultra Instinct Omen and Master Ultra Instinct, but Goku's Ultra Instinct journey is just getting started. But at this moment, he is in Master Ultra Instinct and he is training with Whis, which annoys both Beerus and Vegeta, as we know that at this point in time, Vegeta is nowhere close to Goku's level because of Goku's Ultra Instinct, but that will soon change. So we see Goku and Whis training. And you know, it is very excuse me. It is very interesting because we're now going to see Master Ultra Instinct Goku versus Whis for the first time, and we get to see how Goku's power compares to Whis. But we see Whis has no trouble really taking Goku on, even in MUI. We see Goku uses the after image technique and makes multiple copies of himself, but Whis is able to spot out the real Goku fairly easily and takes Goku out in one blow. And we see Whis mention, which would become one of the big things for Goku throughout this story, is that Goku has to develop his own style of Ultra Instinct. Goku's relying way too much on trying to use Whis' style, the Angel style of Ultra Instinct, and it's not getting him that far. For Goku to continue to evolve his Ultra Instinct, one of the things he must do is develop his own style, along with learning how to use Ultra Instinct in his base form, because Whis is able to use Ultra Instinct all the time. He doesn't need to transform. Goku does. So those are two of the main things Goku must work on to continue evolving his Ultra Instinct. So we see as Goku and Whis continue to train, we see Whis talks about how he has a greater command over Ultra Instinct than Mirrors, right? And of course, the Grand Priest is above Whis and all the other angels, right? It doesn't say anything really about Zeno, but we see that there's like a ladder of Ultra Instinct users, and currently Goku's really at the bottom. But even though Goku's at the bottom, that means there's so much room for him to continue to grow with Ultra Instinct and become stronger, which we know that's what Goku is all about. So Beerus asks Vegeta, are you going to try to master Ultra Instinct too? But Vegeta says no, because Ultra Instinct does not fit his style, and that he'll find his own way to surpass Kakarot, right? So Beerus then mentions that maybe that might be possible, but it's up to you, because Ultra Instinct is not the only technique of the gods, right? Beerus mentions that it doesn't make sense at all for the gods, especially with their emotions, to use Ultra Instinct. They have their own way of using godly techniques. So Vegeta asks Beerus to train him, but Beerus says, I'll pass. Training people is not in my job description. But Beerus does mention he's going to go exercise, and if you see anything you want, feel free to steal it, which is kind of Beerus kind of hinting at Vegeta like, come here, I'll show you this technique, but I'm not going to train you on it. So then we pan back to Granola, who has arrived at the Heaters complex, right? So we see Granola, he's dragging OG-73, and we see another bounty hunter. I believe his name is Shoshuru. He sees Granola, and he tries to get Granola to split his bounty for OG-73 with him. But of course, Granola is very serious and wants really nothing to do with Shoshuru, and tells him to back off. So we then see Granola enter into the Heaters facility, and we get our first introduction to the Heaters. We see that there are 4 of them, right? Their names are Elec, who is the main leader in the chair. Gas is the small one with the long dreads. Maki is the female, and Oil is the big one with the short dreads. So Elec, who is the big leader, he asks Granola to show him the bounty, right? And we see that it fits what they're looking for, and we see Granola gets paid in some special space money by Maki. Then Granola asks Elec what are they using for, and Elec explains that there's nothing you can't have in this universe, but you must be the smartest. You don't need strength, but you need intel and resources to become the strongest. Excuse me. So Elec then mentions that intel is exactly what's packed inside of OG-73, and they're going to use that to become the strongest in the universe. So, or the strongest organization in the universe. So Granola then mentions, or not Granola, Elec mentions that things are shifting in the universe at the moment, so that they have no assignments for Granola, and Granola lives off being a bounty hunter. And then Elec says something that gets Granola worked up. Elec says that Frieza's been revived, right? And Granola is shocked by hearing this, because he knows that Frieza is one of the big reasons why everybody on this planet was destroyed. And then Granola demands that Elec tells him his location, because Granola wants to fight Frieza and kill him to get payback for killing his people 40 years ago. But Elec tries to tell Granola to calm down, but Granola is very, very hot-headed at the mention of Frieza, and he walks up to Elec. But then we see that Gas quickly takes Granola down and pins him. So Elec says, oh, I know about your little grunts against Frieza's army, but proper revenge is best served cold. It takes time and planning, so please chill out. So Elec then tells Gas to let Granola go, and Granola walks away. But Alec then says, "We will let you know when we have Frieza's location and be in contact." So then Granola leaves and promises to get vengeance on Frieza for what happened to his people. But we then see that Alec has a plan here, right? Alec mentions how crazy strong Granola has gotten over these years and that the power has gone to his head. But that even as strong as Granola has become, Gas is stronger than him and should not be a problem. But Alec then says he's gonna have Frieza take care of Granola for him. So then we see that Alec's coming up with his own plan because he knows if Granola was to take out Frieza, that would be a problem because then Granola would technically become the strongest organization or whatever you want to call it in the universe, right? By taking out the universe's emperor. But anyway, we see Granola heading back over to Planet Cereal, right? But his ship gets shot down, and we learn that this is Sosuru once again. Sosuru has a crew with him, and he wants to claim that bounty from Granola. So we then see Granola lands on an asteroid as he plans to take care of Sosuru and his gang. And then we see as Sosuru gets closer to Granola's ship, you can see Granola giving audio like, "Hey, let's split the bounty," and all this. And Sosuru is like, "You should have come to your senses sooner." But we soon learned that this was a ploy. This was a combination of Oatmeal transcribing his voice as Granola's. And then we see from above, Sosuru and his gang members get shot at pretty easily and taken out, except for one person that was able to escape. So we see that Granola is on a mountain and he's using his expert sniping abilities to take out Sosuru and his members. But then we see Sosuru give up because he knows that Granola could kill him very easily, and he gave him some pocket chains as a sorry for the trouble he caused, right? And we see Granola is disappointed that he let one of the Sosuru members get away, and because he says that to defeat Frieza, he must be at his peak and he must grow stronger than anyone, right? And then we pan right back over to the Oracle Fish, and the Oracle Fish is sleeping, but in his sleep, he's saying, "Universe 7, balance shifting, strongest war in the universe will soon rise up." So heading into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 69, we see Granola heading back home as he has reached Planet Cereal. About 2 days have passed, and we see he enters into this bubble in the middle of the planet, and we get the introduction to the Sugar Raelians. The Sugar Raelians are the other inhabitants of Planet Cereal. Back then, in the past, it was Granola's people, the Cerealians, and Namekians. But after the Cerealians were destroyed, Alec and company sold the planet to the Sugar Raelians, who became the main inhabitants. But we see Granola has a pretty good relationship with the Sugar Raelians. They're very nice people. We see Granola buying a couple items, especially water, which he plans to buy for a Namekian we'll meet in a little bit. So we see the Sugar Raelians mention that why does Granola just come live in the city with them along with the Namekian, but Granola says that the city wouldn't suit them. But either way, Granola walks away and the Sugar Raelians wave him off. And we see Granola as he walks over up to his hill on the mountain. We get a good view of the Sugar Raelian city, which is, protected by a bubble. But we also get to see a view of ruins. We get to see ruins of what was Planet Cereal 40 years ago. It's been about 40 years since the destruction of Planet Cereal, right? And you can see there are still many ruins left from the city from all those years ago. And we get the explanation of how the Heaters sold the planet to the Sugar Raelians 40 years ago. And Granola, we can see as Granola is talking to Oatmeal, right? Granola mentions that the reason why he lives up on the mountain is that, one, the Sugar Raelian city just doesn't fit him, and plus he has a view of what was left of his city, so he'll never forget what Frieza and the Saiyan army did to his home all those years ago. Speaking of the Saiyans, we pan right back over to Beerus and Vegeta, And we see Beerus ask Vegeta how many planets have the Saiyans destroyed. And Vegeta says it's hard to say. Even though Saiyans are known for combat, right? That love for combat led them to becoming destroyers. And then when Frieza took over, that became their main duty. Conquering planets, wiping out races of people. And Beerus asks Vegeta, are you trying to lay all the blame for your sins and your bad ways on Frieza and his people? But Vegeta says, not in the least, right? Vegeta says, in his pursuit for power, his father, King Vegeta, built his own kingdom atop countless deaths. Frieza's clan taking control didn't help, but the seeds of the Saiyan's destruction were sown way before that. So Beerus then asks, was it the Saiyan's destiny to be wiped out? But Vegeta says, I'll say so. But to that, Beerus says, that's ridiculous, right? And Vegeta then says, weren't you going to show me a technique used by the gods of destruction? What could that possibly have to do with the history of the Saiyans? And Beerus says, plenty. And at that moment, we see Beerus destroy a planet surrounding his home planet, which catches Vegeta, Goku, and Whis off guard. We also see it also wakes up the Arco fish, who has to drag himself back to his fishing or to his fish bowl because he needs water to survive. We also see Whis says, at this rate, if he keeps destroying things, there will be no more planets left. And Goku says Lord Beerus is not someone to mess with. So Vegeta then asks Beerus what was that technique, and Beerus says that was just a glimpse of my power. Vegeta then asks, how can I acquire such power? And at that moment we see Beerus throw Vegeta to the ground head first. And Vegeta is like, what the hell is going on? And Beerus says, as long as this doubt weighs down your soul, this power will never be yours. Your own crimes aside, you're feeling guilty for the sins of all Saiyans. That's self-centered of you, as he throws Vegeta now into a tree. Then we see Beerus reveal that the one who suggested that Frieza eliminated the Saiyans was me, which you would know that if you saw the Battle of Gods movie. This is not any new information. So Beerus then is now taunting Vegeta, and Beerus says, still think it was destiny? You're just gonna accept that? Go on and try me, I'll obliterate you too. And this gets Vegeta angry as he transforms in the Super Saiyan Blue evolution. So we see Vegeta attack Beerus, but none of his attacks land. Beerus easily dodges and blocks every single attack and just beats Vegeta down pretty easily. Vegeta tries to fire off ki blasts and sledgehammers and all types of attacks, but Beerus takes out Vegeta very, very easily. Beerus then says, everything those Saiyans did in the past, what's it got to do with you now? As long as you're trapped by the past, you'll never manage to grow past this point. Vegeta continues to go after Beerus, but nothing works. And then we see Beerus grab Vegeta and aim for his armor, and then he says destruction, aka the Hakai. And we see as Vegeta is sent back into his base form, part of his armor is completely eradicated. There is nothing left. We see Goku comment, Lord Beerus' signature move, huh? I kinda messed up that time I tried copying it. And Whis says it still has that much power, even though he tweaked it so that only Vegeta's armor was destroyed. It's not a power that's easily mastered. So we see that Beerus can easily adjust how much destruction energy he uses with each attack. He can destroy planets, he can destroy armor, he can destroy anything small to anything big, and it's part of what makes him so strong, by having that unlimited amount of destruction energy. We know that Goku used the Hakai move once in the manga as well. If you go back to the Goku Black arc in the manga, Goku used the Hakai on Zamasu, and it was successful, but Zamasu was able to save himself in the process. Beerus then mentions, my mind's always on destruction and nothing else. That's why there's no limit to my power. He also says, if you really want this power, you're gonna have to destroy any stray thoughts and recreate yourself from scratch. And then Beerus says his signature tagline, before creation comes destruction. Get it? And we see Vegeta realize something. We then pan back over to the Heater clan. As we can see, they have connected OG-73 to some kind of system where they can see all of his memories and see all the information that's inside him. So we get some flashbacks back to the Galactic Prisoner arc, and we see when the Galactic prisoners were going to Zuno's planet, right? And we can see that this makes Alec happy as he asks the Oil to write down the coordinates to Zuno's planet. We also see them look back a little bit at mirrors along with some of the other events of the arc as well. Then we see the big thing, the Dragon Balls, right? They learn about the Dragon Balls and how Moro will use them to not only regain his magic powers, but also free the prisoners of the Galactic Prison. And we see that Alec then says, we got delivered some intel that's way more valuable than just Zuno's location. Then we see them talk a little bit about Namekians, right? And Gas mentions how the Namekians were a tribe that used to live on planet Cereal. Then Oil mentions, wouldn't the Namekians be extinct at this point? But no, Alec remembers that there's one survivor from the Namekians that lived on planet Cereal, and that's Monito, right? And then Alec also mentioned that Monito just so happens to live with their friend Granola. So then we go back to planet Cereal and we see Granola head back home to Monito where they live, and we get our first introduction to Monito. He's a very old Namekian who is the last survivor of the Namekians on planet Cereal. So we see them, they have a little bit of conversation, right? They talk about bounty hunting and how at the moment Granola has no jobs because Frieza's been revived, right? And we see how Granola is looking over at a Dragon Ball, and this is where we learn that there are Dragon Balls on planet Cereal. They're much smaller than the Dragon Balls on Earth or on planet Namek, but still, or the Super Dragon Balls, but they still are Dragon Balls nonetheless. So we see as Granola looks to this, he's thinking about power, because he wants power to be stronger than anybody so that he can take his revenge on Frieza. But we see Monito tell Granola not to try it, right? Not to try it because the Dragon Balls aren't meant for taking revenge. And another thing is, yes, even though there is a Dragon Ball in Monito's house, there's still another Dragon Balls on planet Cereal, and Granola would have to look around the entire planet just to find the other one. Especially with that Dragon Ball being so small, it would be a difficult task, as Granola does not have a Dragon Radar like Bulma has. So Monito then once again reestablishes that the Dragon Ball should not be used for any selfish desire. We then pan over back to planet Namek, right? And if you guys remember, in the Moro arc, the Galactic Prisoner arc, the Namekians went through a lot with Moro, right? And we see that the Grand Elder is giving a history to Eska and the other Namekian kids about the Dragon Balls, and how there could be Dragon Balls on different planets, how they can vary in size and number, and how powerful they can be. So we learn a little bit about Dende's Dragon Balls from Earth. So it's a history lesson on Dragon Balls. And we see Eska ask what happened to the other Namekians on other planets that's settled far away from planet Namek. But the Grand Elder mentions he has no idea what happens to them. They could still be living, or they could have been wiped out by other people. So we see Granola then asks Monito, what if we could use the Dragon Balls to destroy the planet to the way it was 40, 50 years ago, right? And you'll see as we go through this arc, the way the translation go, some points it says 40 years, other points it says 50 years, but you just got to go under the assumption that that what happened on planet Cereal when it was destroyed all those years ago. It happened between 40 and 50 years, around the time where Goku and Vegeta were little. So, as Granola asks if they could use the Dragon Balls to restore the planet to the way it once was, Monito asks then, what would you do with the Sugaralians who have been living there for the last 40, 50 years? Would you kick them off the planet? And then once again, Granola established that, he should destroy Frieza's army. But Monito once again reestablishes that revenge is not the way. And then Granola then says, all right, it is what it is. And Monito then says, just give up on the Dragon Balls and enjoy the life that we have been given, no matter the circumstances. So we see Monito heads to bed, but he is worried about Granola. And we see as Monito is sleeping, Granola is watching TV, but he's also looking at the Dragon Ball and just thinking about it. And in the strangest turn of events, we see the Sugaralian news come on, and we see that a boy was hunting for bugs in the mountain earlier in the city, but then he found a ball which ends up being the 2-star Dragon Ball, the other Dragon Ball that would be needed to make a wish with the Sugaralian Dragon Balls. So we see this absolutely shocks Granola, and then we see Granola, he puts on a mask and sneaks into the Sugaralian city to steal the Dragon Ball. We see the Sugaralian police, they try to go after the intruder, but Granola is too fast and they never see him. We then see now Granola has both Dragon Balls needed to make a wish, and then he says, Peru, and he calls out the Cerealian dragon. And we come to learn that this dragon's name is Tornable, right? And he asks Granola what is his wish. The dragon has similarities and differences to the other dragons we have seen on Earth, on Namek, and with the Super Dragon Balls. But he does ask Granola, what is your wish, right? But then we see Granola's wish ends up being, I want to be the strongest, turn me into the greatest warrior in the universe. That leads us into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 70, right? So we see Tornable then ask Granola, you want to become the most powerful life form apart from the gods themselves? And Granola says, yes. Can you do it? But Tornable says he can't. Even though it is possible to make him stronger than he already is, I cannot increase your power beyond your latent potential. So this disappoints Granola, but Tornable does says there is a possibility to make you to make you the strongest in the universe, but you have to agree to a certain condition. And Granola says, then I will do it, whatever it takes. And this condition is very, very, very big for Granola because it has a direct impact on his own life. But more on that a little bit later. We pan back over to Beerus's planet and we see that Vegeta is working on mastering the Hakai technique as he is, starts off by destroying a little ball. But the thing about it is, he messes up at first because he destroyed it using energy. Beerus mentions that when we gods use our destruction move, the target is completely erased from universe. We turn something into nothing, and when matter is destroyed, it releases a help of energy. So Beerus once again demonstrates how to destroy a little pebble. So you can see the difference between Vegeta destroying something with a ki blast and Beerus destroying something completely. So you can see the difference between destruction energy and normal ki energy. And we see Goku says, Lord Beerus is destroying stuff again. So Beerus says the explosion's the real highlight of using destruction energy. But we see in the process that in the process of demonstrating this technique, he says he burned up this month's issue of God Comics, which is hilarious. If you guys remember the Dragon Ball Super anime, we saw God Tube, which is like the God's version of YouTube. Now we see there's God Comics as well. So the gods have, all these cool little perks. So Goku mentions how Beerus is training Vegeta, right? Whis asks, is this a problem? But Goku says no, Vegeta is his own man. I'm here to polish Ultra Instinct. So you can see that Goku is working on Ultra Instinct with Whis, and Vegeta is working on learning Hakai with Beerus. So the two strongest Saiyans in the universe going down their own paths of power. And Goku says, let's see which one of us can be the strongest in the universe. But Whis mentions that the strongest in the universe could be somebody completely different. Goku says, do you know somebody that is stronger than us, Whis? Whis says, no, not specifically, but, remember, you never know when the next powerful opponent could appear, right? And the Oracle Fish then says, the strongest warrior in the universe will soon rise up. And Vegeta then comes out of nowhere and says, that would be me, right? And we see Vegeta is learning Hakai as he destroys a very, very tiny pebble on his finger. And then Goku's like, good for you, Vegeta. And Vegeta comments, watch out, I'll soon be destroying much larger things. So we pan back over the planet Cereal, and we see that the Dragon Balls have been dispersed, right, as they go back, on their separate ways on the planet. And we see that Granola's appearance has changed. He has much longer hair. He has a hair appearance that is very similar to Super Saiyan 3. Remember, Granola is not a Saiyan at all, but it's just that his hair looks, very familiar. But anyway, we see that this transformation that Granola has undergone with his hair getting longer is to signify that Granola has become the new strongest in the universe. We see Granola testing his power by destroying a big pocket of rocks, a big collection of rocks, right? And we see Oatmeal asking what technique was that, but Granola doesn't answer, but you can see he has a smile on his face as he seems satisfied with this new level of power. We see then the explosion that Granola caused was enough to wake Monito up, and Monito then comes out of the hut and he sees that the Dragon Ball is gone, and he starts to figure out that Granola must have used the Dragon Balls. Monito asks Granola what has he done, and did he really use the Dragon Balls? And Granola says yes. The strength I've gained is unrivaled in this universe. And Granola says, I can now bring down Frieza. And Monito then says, out of all the foolish things you could have done, there's no better way to make new enemies pop out of the woodwork than banishing or, walking around with that level of power. But Granola is very cocky at this moment, as he believes it doesn't matter what enemy comes his way. With this new power, nobody can defeat him. So then we see Granola tries to sense Frieza's presence on one of the nearby planets, and we see Monito is shocked that Granola has that type of technique now. But we see Granola then quickly goes into his spaceship. We see Granola goes flying into his spaceship as he plans to go confront Elec to see if he can get Frieza's location from him. While this is happening, we see that Goku and Vegeta are continuing to banter with the Oracle Fish about who's going to be the strongest warrior in the universe. But Whis, looking into his staff, does see what's happening with Granola, right? Remember, Whis is not supposed to meddle in the affairs of mortals. He can really only observe. And Whis says that this might cause some turmoil. And we also see that Granola cuts his hair back to its normal hairstyle, as he's not a fan of the long hair and he'd rather just be himself. So then we see 2 days later, Granola is once again back on Elec's planet, and we see that the Heaters are enjoying some kind of live dance performance, right? Granola just walks in and they're like, Granola, what are you doing here? Granola gets straight to the point and he asks where Frieza is. But then Elec says, you're not strong enough to handle Frieza at the moment. And Granola says, no, you're wrong, because I am now the strongest in the universe, which makes Maki and Oil laugh. But Elec says, sorry, Granola, we got a packed schedule today, and we're just about to have dinner. So, come back later and tell us more about your silly dream. But Granola once again asserts that he is the strongest in the universe. But then Elec's not, doesn't want to deal with this anymore, and he asks Oil to escort Granola out. But we see Oil goes to punch Granola. Granola easily dodges him, and with just his finger, he's able to hit Oil in one of his vital spots on his abdomen, which sends him flying back, which shocks all of the other heaters. Like, where did Granola ever learn how to do that? But then this actually pegs Alec's interest, and now he wants to see more of Granola in action. So we see Oil once again comes flying at Granola, but Granola is not bothered at all, not sweating Oil one bit. He hits Oil with a huge kick to the face, right, which causes more shock. He continues to dodge all of Oil's techniques, which are causing destruction in the heater's facilities. And then we see Granola, he shoots down Oil, even though Oil was able to dodge that. But we see Granola creates a huge hole in the floor, which causes Oil to fall down. So we see Mackie is annoyed and shocked at what is going on. And Granola says, "You're not my enemy. I just want Frieza's location." But still, Alec says the fight's not over yet. And we see Oil comes back up, and he throws the floor that Granola just destroyed at him. But Granola uses Hakai. So we learned that Granola now has access to the Hakai technique by becoming the strongest in the universe, which shocks the Heater clan to see that Granola has such an ability. But then we see that Moyo, I don't even know why I said Moro there. Mackie. We see that Mackie now gets involved in the fight, and now she's ready to rip Granola apart. But Granola dodges all of her techniques easily, and then we see Granola uses I don't know what you want to call it, like his scarf. Granola uses his scarf to grab a hold of Mackie and send her flying all over the palace. But then we see Gas gets involved, and he saves Mackie from any harm. But then we see right before Gas is about to attack Granola, Alec stops him in his place, and he says, "All right, we got a good glimpse of his power. No more fighting." So then Alec asks Granola, like, "What's happened to you? Where did you gain, this strength all of a sudden?" But Granola at first does not says anything. But Alec says, if you're not going to tell us how you became this strong, why should we tell you where Frieza is? Remember, you going after Frieza is going to put us in danger too, especially if he messes up. But then Granola says that he used the Dragon Balls, which shocks all the Heater clan members. And then Alec is able to put the pieces together fairly easily that Granola, used the Dragon Balls and, wished to become the strongest in the universe. And then we see Oil mentioned, and that's just playing dirty. And Alec says that's all he needed to hear. And if you remember, it was just last chapter where Alec was talking about the Dragon Balls based off the information that they got from OG73. So then Alec says, "Keep your shirt on. We don't know where Frieza is exactly. Find that out is going to take some time. Go on home, cool yourself off, and we'll be in touch." And Granola says, "Make it quick," because he doesn't have much time to spare. So this is where we learned the condition that Granola had to accept to become the strongest in the universe, right? Granola says, "I don't have very long to live." And Mackie's like, "What do you mean? You're only around 50, right? Usually Cerealians can live for about 2 centuries. But Granola says, "I sacrificed my 150 remaining years in exchange for this power." So basically, right now, Granola only has about 3 years left to live because he sacrificed his lifespan to gain this power, which is just crazy in itself. But Granola was willing to make the wish. So Mackie says, "You sacrificed your life just to be Frieza? You're insane." But Granola just walks away. So then we see that the Heater clan are having dinner, and they're discussing what just happened with Granola. And at first Mackie's like, at first like, why don't we just have Granola ice Frieza for us? You know, that would make things easier for us. But Elk then says if Granola takes Frieza out, he'll just take his place as the next big boss, and that throne belongs to us, the Heater clan, right? Even though Granola doesn't seem like the guy who wants to just rule the universe, but still the Heater clan don't want to take any chances. And another thing, we also learned that if Granola was to defeat Frieza, he would probably destroy his army as well. And remember, the Heater clan does do business ventures with Frieza's army, so that would hurt them from a business perspective. So then we see Elliot then say that Granola has to die. But first, you know, Oil then asks, how are they going to kill Granola when he's now the strongest in the universe? And then Alec mentions, we'll use the Saiyans, right? And we can see that they learned from OG73 that Goku and Vegeta, the two strongest Saiyans in the universe, they were the ones that destroyed Moro. And that they're going to use them to fight Granola in hopes that Goku and Vegeta will take Granola out, and that will solve, you know, the Granola problem for them. And Alex says, bingo, universe strongest or not, if he's up against that pair, it's game over for him. And then we see a nice panel of what's going on. Granola flying back to Planet Cereal, Goku meditating with Whis, and Vegeta working on mastering the Hakai technique. As the chapter ends, it says, at last, fate will bring these three together. So we head into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 71, and we see that Goku is continuing his training with Whis, right? So Whis starts the chapter by asking, what's the decisive difference between us angels and you, Goku, right? And Goku, you know, being funny, of course, he's kind of an idiot, but Goku says, I don't have a halo thing, but no. The big difference is that angels are always in the ultra instinct. Angels are always in the ultra instinct state, right? While you, on the other hand, and Goku says, yeah, I gotta transform into ultra instinct first, then to use the technique. Whis says, no, the problem is that you're equating ultra instinct to a transformation. If you guys remember what I said earlier, the two things that Goku is working on with ultra instinct at the moment is finding his own version of ultra instinct and learning how to use ultra instinct in his normal state instead of always having to transform to use it. So we see Whis has his staff, and he demonstrates how his body just naturally dodges everything. He doesn't have to think about it at all. So we see Whis put on a little bit of a show. And then once again, you know, Whis then says, by learning how to use ultra instinct in your normal state, doing that will free you of the stamina drain that is creating a time limit. So then, Whis then mentions, as for the full transformation that accompanies Ultra Instinct, let's set that aside as a last resort for when a battle demands that you surpass your limits. So, even though one of the goals is for Goku to use Ultra Instinct in his normal state, but he still has the silver hair form as, you know, his trump card when he needs it in battle. So Goku then says this is going to take a while, but Whis says, yeah, time may not be on your side. And this gets Goku attention along with Vegeta. So we see Whis kind of gives some wisdom. He says that every day you should be trying to become a better version of yourself with training, which doesn't really surprise Goku and Vegeta because they train every day. Their aim is to become stronger. That's why they're trained. That's why they train. So Whis then says, I say this just in case not long ago something odd happened in this universe, right? And Goku gets excited thinking that this could be another strong enemy that's about to appear. But Whis says he's not sure this is an enemy, but this is something, you know, that they need to keep in mind. So then we see Granola. He gets back to Planet Cereal, but he doesn't go back to his home. And then we see Monito. It seems like he's just having a beverage, having some water. And you can see that, you know, Monito, he looks depressed, right? And it's clear that Monito has been thinking about Granola, right? Granola going and using the Dragon Balls and being this reckless individual that just wants revenge on Frieza. You can see, it's having a burden on the old man, as he just wants Granola to be happy, but Granola is bringing these challenges into his life. So, but Granola, as he awaits for information from the Heater clan on Frieza's location, he just chooses to rest and meditate, and he can keep an eye on Monito and make sure he's okay, because Granola does care about Monito. That's his only remaining family member, but his focus right now is defeating Frieza. So we go back to the Heater clan, and we see that they are planning to depart for Earth, right? Because they plan to go see Zuno. They're gonna ask him some questions about the Dragon Balls and the weaknesses of Goku and Vegeta, so that they can use that to kind of fool Goku and Vegeta into fighting Granola. Because Goku and Vegeta have no idea who the Heater clan are. They have no idea who Granola is at this point. So why would they fight Granola, for the Heater clan when they have no idea who they are? So we see as they depart the Heater's planet, we see Gas. Gas is asking a couple questions himself. Gas is like, how will we get the Saiyans where we want them, right? And Alex says a quick question. Zuno knows everybody's weaknesses, and they're gonna ask him what are Goku and Vegeta's weaknesses and use that to their advantage, right? So Gas is a little bit annoyed because he wants to fight, right? Gas is the strongest of the Heater clan, and he wanted to fight Granola, but Alec then says, your moment to fight has yet to come. Listen, you're the only member of this family who can surpass Frieza himself, right? And soon your moment will come to shine. Alec then says, if everything goes nice and smooth, when the dust settles, the strongest force in the universe will be the Heater clan. So a couple days or a couple weeks have passed, and then we see that the Heater clan, aka Oil and Maki, they have arrived on Juno's planet, and we see Maki get annoyed, right? Because Maki has to kiss Zuno to get their questions answered. Remember, we saw Bulma have to go through the same thing back in the anime during the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 tournament. So as we see Maki give Zuno a kiss, which makes him blush a little bit, and we see that because of the kiss, they can get any 10 questions they want, right? From food to questions about the Dragon Balls to weaknesses of Goku and Vegeta. So we go back to Goku. You see he is training, right? He's in his base form, and he's working on using Ultra Instinct in his base form, and he's having some success. He's dodging Whis' staff fairly easily, right? And you can see Goku is making improvement each and every day. We also see Vegeta. Vegeta is looking at a waterfall, and we learn that Beerus is just sending objects through the waterfall for Vegeta to destroy. They go from little sticks, the big logs, and you see that Vegeta has come a long way with his mastery of Hakai energy in the last couple weeks. Remember, it was just 2 chapters ago where Vegeta could barely destroy a pebble. Now he's destroying logs. We see Beerus fires off a huge log down the waterfall, and Vegeta not only destroys it, but he also completely destroys the waterfall, which annoys Beerus. But then we see that after Maki and Oil have gotten their information from Lord Zuno, they head on down to Earth, right? And we learn that the weaknesses of Goku and Vegeta are their wives. Goku's wife Chi-Chi and Vegeta's wife Bulma. We see that the Heater clan actually, they head to Goku's house where Chi-Chi is cooking, and they ask Chi-Chi, can you get us in touch with your husband? We have somebody that we need him to defeat, and if Goku can defeat this person, they'll pay him very, very handsomely. And we see that Chi-Chi mentions that the money that they got from Herku at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super, it's running a little bit dry. So Chi-Chi's like, hey, training's all good and all, but you need to bring home the money. You need to bring home the bacon every once in a while. So we see using the staff are using the device that Whis gave the Bulma so that they could communicate at any time. Bulma asks if Goku and Vegeta can come home because there's people here waiting for them, right? And we see that Bulma tells them that Mac and Oil need them to beat somebody who's claiming to be the strongest in the universe. This is, of course, Granola. And we see that gets Goku and Vegeta's attention. Who is this guy out there that is claiming to be the strongest in the universe? Especially when, you know, they're the strongest Saiyans in the universe. And they believe there's almost nobody out there that could surpass them. So, Vegeta says, I attend the fight. None may claim this title of the strongest universe. None may claim the title of the universe strongest without my say. Vegeta says there's no need for Goku to come. But of course, that's not going to sit well with Goku. Goku says, this gets me excited and I plan the fight as well. We see Mackie and Oil. Mackie's like, this will save the lives of so many poor people. Of course, you can tell that Mackie's putting on some kind of act here, right? Because they're trying to trick Goku and the Vegeta into fighting Granola. Because they're trying to make Granola out to be this super bad villain. So we see then Mackie and Oil ask to use the restroom in Capsule Corp, and they use it as an opportunity to sneak into Bulma's lab as they're looking now for the Dragon Radar so that they can find the Dragon Balls on planet Cereal. So we see just before Goku and Vegeta are about to depart, we see Goku is excited to show everybody the fruits of his training, which gets Beerus a little bit annoyed, right? So we see Beerus throws an object at Vegeta and tells him to wear it, right? And it's a special destruction earring, you know, and Beerus says it's a symbol of those who can use destruction energy. So now Vegeta can use the Hakai. Vegeta has not mastered it to the level that Beerus has, but Vegeta has mastered it to a point where Beerus acknowledged him as a person that can use Hakai energy. So you can see that there's a little bit of a rivalry here, right? The Goku-Vegeta rivalry, but also kind of like Beerus and Whis, because Goku is Whis' student and Vegeta is Beerus' student. So you're seeing that it's a rivalry, Angel versus Destruction, right? So we see Beerus says, prove that the Gods of Destruction signature move is stronger than Angel techniques. And we see Whis then draws his training logo on Goku. Remember back in the Resurrection F arc, right? Goku and Vegeta, when they had those special uniforms on, they had Whis' symbol on. And they also had them during the Universe 6, Universe 7 tournament. And we see Goku gets that logo back on his gi once again. And this also symbolizes that Whis is Goku's master. As Goku has gone through Dragon Ball, right? No matter if it was King Kai, no matter if it was Master Roshi, no matter if it was Kabi, right? Goku always wears the logo of whoever is training him. And we can see after Whis draws the logo on Goku's gi, this gets Beerus very, very annoyed. But Vegeta tells Lord Beerus to calm down. I have no intentions of losing the Kakarot. So you can see that the Goku and Vegeta rivalry is, you know, strong and well. But Whis, of course, tells Goku and Vegeta, you know, watch out for that excess confidence. We know that Goku and Vegeta are very prideful, and sometimes that leads to them being overconfident and can get them in trouble. So Whis, you know, just reminds them, like, you know, as strong as you guys are, you know, don't be too confident and get your guys put in a, you know, bad situation. Anyway, we go back down to Earth, and we see that Mackie and Oil have found the Dragon Radar, right? And we see as they're talking about how the planets, the Dragon Balls on planet Cereal, they don't turn to stone. So on Earth, when the Dragon Balls are used, they get turned to stone and they're inactive for a whole year. They can't be used during that time. But when on planet Cereal, when the Dragon Balls are used, they can be collected and used again right away, which is a big difference between the Earth's Dragon Balls and the Dragon Balls on planet Cereal. So we see then as Chi-Chi walks by, Chi-Chi's asking like, hey, you know, you can't pay us in that space money. That doesn't mean anything here on Earth. So then Mackie then says, oh, all right, will you accept payment in sky gold? And Chi-Chi's like, gold, that would be, that will do nicely. They can just trade the gold in and get real cash out of it. And you can see Chi-Chi is very excited about, getting this money, as she says she's going to start fattening herself up. So then we see Goku and Vegeta. They arrive back on Earth, back at Capsule Corp, right? And we see Maki and Oil meet Goku and Vegeta for the first time. And, Goku and Vegeta are like, all right, where's this guy claiming to be the strongest in the universe, right? And we see that they mention that it's on a faraway planet, and they have a special spaceship that they can use to take them to it. So we see that Chi-Chi warns Goku, like, hey, don't push yourself, Goku. If things look bad, get out of there. And Goku's like, it'll be fine, right? Goku's carefree nature. He'll be fine, because this is not about the Earth. This is just about them fighting some strong enemy out there. Which is true, a lot of the time Goku and Vegeta have to protect somebody, no matter if it's the Namekians or if they're protecting the Earth from somebody like Moro or Zamasu, right? Or, if it's like the Tournament of Power where they're fighting to protect the entire universe, right now this is not about that. This is about them going up against a strong opponent. So it's a little bit different of a battle this time, and Bulma gives the same warning to Vegeta, and Vegeta says, I know. So anyway, we see Maki says the dastardly Granola awaits on planet Cereal, as Maki continues to play up the narrative of Granola being this super bad villain. So we see they leave planet Cereal, and we see that the Heaters have this very, very fancy and luxurious spaceship. It has a pool, it has a full bar, right? And Vegeta is asking questions like, if Granola's been destroying your planet, how do you have the money for this fancy spaceship, right? And they're like, Maki's like, oh, that's because you two are savers. It's only natural that we prepare a special ship just for the two of you. Vegeta then says that he's grateful and that he'll just continue his training then. And Goku's like, oh, I'll start just by eating, that he's starving. And, Goku learns that they have a chef that'll make whatever he wants. And then we see as Vegeta's training, Goku is eating. And Oyo and Maki keep their eyes on Goku and Vegeta in the spaceship's hub. And we learn that it will take 18 whole days for them to reach planet Cereal. Then we see Maki communicate to Granola about Frieza's location. And Maki then says, yes, we have found his location, but the thing about it is their scouting squad screw up while finding the location, and they let it slip that Granola was coming after Frieza. This is all a lie, of course, but Maki, is playing up the narrative because, this is all part of the Heaters' plan to bring Goku, Vegeta, and Granola together to fight. But Maki then says that word is 2 of Frieza's assassins are making for planet Cereal right now, and not only are they are Frieza's assassins, but they are Saiyans, surviving members of the race that destroyed planet Cereal 40 to 50 years ago, right? So this shocks Granola, but Granola was like, this could work in his favor. Now that he's the strongest in the universe, he can beat Frieza's location out of them directly. So Granola looks at this as a huge opportunity, not only to get payback on the Saiyans and wipe them out for what they did to his people years ago, but to also get Frieza's location out of them, kill them, and then go after Frieza directly. And Granola doesn't want to waste any time because he only has 3 years left to live. So, and then Maki and Oya said we'll be in touch when we get closer to the planet. And then we see Granola pops out of his spaceship. He looks back at the ruins of what was his home, and he's like, Saiyans are coming back to my planet once again. It's 50 years overdue, but revenge will finally be mine. So we head into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 72, and we see that after a long 18 days, Goku and Vegeta have arrived on planet Cereal, and they see, at first it seems like the planet is very peaceful. They don't see much destruction. Basically, remember, Mackie and Oil had come up with the narrative that, Granola had been destroying the planet and the people. So Mackie points that, Granola is lurking beyond that mountain, but Goku and Vegeta cannot sense Granola's ki. But they figure that Granola must be able to suppress his energy like they do. So they go after, they fly off to the mountain, and Mac and Oyo are happy because so far their plan has gone off without any hitch. We also learn that Alec and Gas are also on their way to planet Cereal, and they'll be there shortly. And we see as they're looking over planet Cereal, we see Gas. Gas says, "My memories of this planet are not particularly good ones, right? Because after what happened 40 years ago, there was another situation that happened on that same day. Gas had an encounter with a certain Saiyan, and we'll get into that a little bit later, but that is just something to keep in mind. Gas has history on this planet with Saiyans, and like I said, we'll get into that a little bit later. But anyway, we're seeing Goku and Vegeta. They're flying around planet Cereal to the mountain to find Granola, right? And they see the ruins of what was planet Cereal, and Goku asks, "Do you think that's where this big villain went on a rampage?" Vegeta says that he doubts it because of how old the ruins look. But then they also see the Sugarellian city and how this city has not been attacked at all. So it seems like the information they were given had to be off. You see a city that's has very, very old ruins, and then you have a city that's perfectly intact. So what is going on here? As we see Goku and Vegeta fly past the mountain, we see all of a sudden Goku sees an energy ray coming right at him, right? And all of a sudden Goku and Vegeta are being attacked with deadly energy rays, right? And Goku says, "These blasts are deadly accurate, I can barely dodge them." Vegeta says, "Trace them to their origin, and that's where we'll find the enemy." At that point, Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan, golden hair, and we see Goku, he tries to basically activate Ultra Instinct in his base form. That is something you will see Goku use as he is learning how to use Ultra Instinct in his other forms, not just the Ultra Instinct transformation, but Goku is learning how to use Ultra Instinct in all of his other forms. So we see Vegeta and Goku are trying to get to the origin of where the blasts are coming from, and they're dodging them. Goku's using Ultra Instinct, Vegeta's just dodging with his mind. They get down to the ground where the blasts were coming from, but there's nobody there. But all of a sudden, they start getting attacked with more blasts. Once again, this time they're coming from in the air. So Goku and Vegeta head back into the sky to try to figure out where the blasts are coming from. But then, once again, the blasts are coming from the ground again. So they're getting hit from above and from below. And they're very, very confused. Like, where the hell is Granola? Where the hell is this dude attacking them? All of a sudden, Vegeta says, "You're saying he's moving faster than we can keep up with." Goku says, "But that's not," and he was going to say possible, but he got stopped mid-sentence as we see Goku gets hit with a shot in his back, and he falls down to the ground, and you can see Goku is in trouble, right? And it's because Goku got hit directly in one of his vital points. It looks like he got hit directly in the neck, the back of his neck. We see that Vegeta is carrying 2 senzu beans, and before the battle has really started, Goku already has to eat a senzu bean. So Goku wakes back up, and Vegeta's like, "You rely on Ultra Instinct too much. If you haven't perfected it yet, then dodge using your mind." And Goku's like, "Yeah, you're right." And then we see Goku transform into Super Saiyan as well. So Goku and Vegeta are trying to find Granola, and we see Goku does spot Granola and fires off a ki blast at him, but Granola uses instant transmission, right? So Goku and Vegeta are mentioning that, and they're noticing that Granola has techniques that are similar to his own. Granola becoming the strongest in the universe gave him not only a insane amount of power, but it also gave him access to techniques that he's never used before. So Goku asks, is that instant teleportation? Granola says, I have no name for that technique. It's just a small fraction of the power that elevated me to the strongest in the universe. So Granola introduces himself. He says, I am Granola, the last of the Sauronians, right? And Goku and Vegeta, this is their first time having ever having any interaction with Sauronians. Granola's like, you may not know us, but I know your kind all too well, Saiyans. So Granola's like, name, there really was some survivors. And Vegeta's like, do you hold some kind of grudge against us? And Granola says, why would I tell you? You're gonna die here anyway. And we see Granola, he ascends into the sky, and then he uses Hakai on Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta are able to dodge out of the way, but you see there's a huge explosion from where Granola used his technique. And Vegeta says it's similar to destruction. So once again, that shows you that, Granola has access to very similar techniques that Goku and Vegeta have. So this annoys Vegeta as he finds it ridiculous that this guy has the same techniques as them. So Goku asks, what now? Should we attack him together? So Goku kind of like, should we team up against him? Which is what Maki and Oil want. But, excuse me. But we see Vegeta says, don't be absurd. I'm not in no mood for teamwork. I came here to prove how superior I am to you. Goku says, okay. Vegeta says that Goku can fight him first, as Goku should try to get payback for him getting hurt just a couple minutes earlier. Goku's like, sure, if that's what you want. So Goku comes down to the ground, and Goku's like, I'll take the lead on this. So Goku tells Granola that he's up against him first. And Granola's like, you don't plan to fight me. You don't plan to fight me as a team. You really are a tribe of fools. And you can see that Oil has like a communication device where he can relay what's going on in the battle to Maki, Elec, and the others. So he can, so he's just spying on the battle, and he can, spy on the battle and, give play-by-play commentary to the rest of his family as well. So we see Vegeta, he goes back into his base form, and he lands on one of the ruins of Planet Cereal, right? He lands on a nice looking building that you can see was destroyed in the attack on Planet Cereal 40 years ago. So Vegeta's trying to think like, what's up with Granola? Like, what's up with this guy? Because Vegeta says there may be more to this villain, or there may be more to this guy than yet another villain to defeat. Right. So this is not about Goku and Vegeta facing another villain. There's much more to this story, and you'll see that unfold as we continue to go along. So so Granola asks, where's the grade A form you people are known for? And Goku is like, wow, you know a lot about us, but we don't use that form anymore. But Goku says, instead of using that form, why not I show you this? And we see Goku transforms from Super Saiyan right into Super Saiyan God. And I love how Goku's using Super Saiyan God here, kind of as like a test form to test Granola out, but still. Granola says, first golden hair and now red. I thought all Saiyans had black hair. Goku says, thanks to our training, we have a bunch of transformations up our sleeve, and this one's called Super Saiyan God. Granola says, God? A bold claim. A name that's at odds with the savage nature of your kind. But Granola's like, whatever, let's do this. And we see that the battle between Goku and Granola is about to begin. So we see Granola starts by trying to go right after Goku's vital point. Goku dodges out of the way. Granola fires off some kicks and some punches, and we can see that Granola is on the offensive very, very aggressively. Granola is being very aggressive starting this battle. He doesn't want to waste any time in trying to defeat Goku. But we see Goku's like, all right, if you're going to do that, I'm going to do this. And we see Goku use Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan God form. So we've learned, like I said earlier, you saw Goku do this earlier in his base form. Goku has learned how to incorporate the properties of Ultra Instinct into his other forms. And as Goku continues to transform and continues to get stronger, his Ultra Instinct becomes more accurate. And Vegeta mentions this as well. Vegeta says, I see. It becomes more accurate when used in conjunction with a Super Saiyan form. So we're seeing Goku's not having any real difficulty dodging Granola's attacks. Granola fires off some ki blasts, but Goku dodges them pretty easily. But we see Granola is able to get Goku in the stomach with what looks like a tap, right? He targets Goku's abdomen, which is one of his vital points. And at first, Goku just thinks it's a little tap, but it's not till a second later where Goku actually feels the attack, and it sends him right back into his base form. So in just a matter of a couple pages, Goku has already been brought down by Granola twice, once in his base form and once in Super Saiyan God. So, and Vegeta is shocked to see that Granola is catching on to Goku's weaknesses so quickly. Granola mentions that your reaction time is incredibly fast. I can tell that your body moves on its own before your brain even processes incoming attacks. And Goku's like, you know this, huh? But Granola says, however, even a flawless fighter cannot hide his vital points. As you dodge, I observed your blood flow and muscle movements, and I learned exactly where to strike. And Goku is shocked that Granola can see all that type of stuff. But Granola says that this right eye of mine is the sharpest in the universe and that it sees all. And in Vegeta hearing that, Vegeta is like, a tribe driven to extinction, known for their evolved right eyes. This is starting to sound familiar. And we see Vegeta is looking at the ruins of Planet Cereal, and he's trying to figure out what's going on. So, Granola also says, that's not all that my eye can perceive. I can tell that you're not using your full power. And Granola says, you don't have the luxury of holding back on me. I can kill you at any time, you know, so you better use your full power if you want any chance to win this fight. So we see Granola then says, as long as the other Saiyan is still alive, I can extract Frieza's location from him. It's no skin off my nose to kill you where you stand. Goku's like, what are you talking about? Why are you asking for Frieza's location? Because remember, Mac and Oil told Granola that Goku and Vegeta were assassins from the Frieza army, right? Even though that's not the case. And Goku's like, Granola's like, I've sacrificed my lifespan in order to take revenge. Stop playing games with me. Stop wasting my time. And Goku's like, revenge? What are you talking about? I thought you were the bad guy. Because remember, Maki and Oil also told Goku and Vegeta that Granola was this huge villain. So you can see that class of what Maki and Oil told them is starting to become apparent, right? You can tell that Maki and Oil lied to both Goku, Vegeta, and Granola. So we see Granola then gets angry and he starts to power up, and we see Granola has a aura around him, and Granola is very, very powerful. You know, Granola then once again states that he is the strongest in the universe, superior to your people in every way. And Goku is like, dang, like, look at this confidence. But Goku also says that, you know, I've trained a lot recently, so you can't claim that title so easily. And then we see Goku transform in the Super Saiyan Blue. So Granola doesn't care about what Goku's Super Saiyan forms are named. Granola just wants Goku to fight him. And then we see the battle intensifies as Goku and Granola go at one another. We see Goku and Granola trading blows, and you can see that the intensity of their battle is starting to cause shock waves and earthquakes around the planet. You see the Sugaronians are feeling it. They're like, what the hell is going on over there? Oops, sorry about that. There we go. So yes, the Sugaronians are feeling the effects of Goku and Granola's battle all over the planet, and they're shocked about what's going on. They're like, what the hell is this? They never felt something like this before. And as Goku and Granola continue to go at it, we see Vegeta. He's looking at the ruins of what is left of Planet Cereal, and he's starting to figure out the story. He's looking at footsteps of what appears to be great apes. So Vegeta's like, I think I know who he is. that leads us into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 73 as the battle between Goku and Granola continues to go. So we see Granola is firing Ki Blast all over Goku. Goku is dodging, and I say this all the time. Goku's at his best when he's fighting on the defensive. Vegeta's at his best when he's fighting on the offensive. So we're seeing, Goku dodging all of Granola's attacks, right? He goes for a kick, but Granola dodges pretty easily. Goku and Granola are chasing each other through the forest. As you see, there are many different environmental changes as the battle picks up. So we see Goku fires a Ki Blast at Granola. It hits a tree, but Granola is able to dodge most of them pretty easily. We see Granola channels his inner Spider-Man, and he uses his scarf to wrap around a tree, and then he lands a kick on Goku, doesn't see it coming. This sends Goku flying through a bunch of trees, but Goku's able to recover and then get back in the fight. We see Granola flies directly at Goku, fires off a left hand, but Goku blocks it pretty easily. Goku goes for a kick, Granola dodges it as well. So you can see that Goku and Granola are pretty much on par with one another. Goku lands a right hand on Granola and sends him flying, but Granola responds with a kick of his own. We see that there is a bunch of debris and trees in Goku's ways as Granola comes flying at Goku, but we see Goku does a meteor explosion. So Goku destroys all of the debris around him, causing a huge explosion. We then see that Goku is now using Super Saiyan Blue, or using Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Very similar to what we saw him do with Super Saiyan God in the chapter prior. So Granola knows this because he's comments saying your blood flow and the movements of your cells have changed. Is it the same as when you had red hair? Because I already know the ins and out of that. Goku says Blue plus Ultra Instinct won't be so easy to counter. So we see Granola fires off some Ki Blasts at Goku, but we see Goku is evading them, and it's very cool to see Goku dodging these attacks using Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan Blue form. It's like a completely different evasion style. So we see Oatmeal is still here as well. He's letting Granola know like which directions that Goku is, from left, right, above, below. So we see Goku is able to evade enough where he's able to get in close range with a Kamehameha. I don't believe I just said Kamehameha. It's Kamehameha. But Goku is able to fire off a Kamehameha on Granola directly at point blank range. But also, as Goku is firing off that Kamehameha, his vital point on his neck is wide open. And Granola decides to risk it all and go for Goku's vital point while taking on the Kamehameha, and it causes a huge explosion. So we see that Granola has taken some damage from the attack, but so has Goku. Granola says that no matter what form Goku's in, his right eye will always lock onto his vital points. And Goku then comments that Granola got him with that again. So this is now the third time that Goku has fallen victim to one of Granola's vital point attacks. Once in base form, once in Super Saiyan God, and once now in Super Saiyan Blue. So Granola that says no matter what transformation you use, no one has zero openings. Just give up. Goku says no. Ultra Instinct should have no weaknesses. If anything is lacking, it's gotta be my training, right? And Goku says, I'm not totally used to using Ultra Instinct as a Super Saiyan, so I'm still a little bit vulnerable. And Granola says, don't waste your breath with excuses, right? Your people are dying here, so you'll never get to master that Ultra Instinct thing. So Granola says that the Saiyan line ends here by my hand, just as you ended my people. And Goku still has no idea what Granola is talking about. But we see then Granola pull out a move that we saw in the last arc. Remember, Moro had magic powers, and one of his cool abilities was able to cause explosions depending on what planet he was. He was able to use the energy of the planet to attack Goku and Vegeta and whoever his opponent was. We see that Granola has that same exact technique. So he uses some of the energy from Planet Cereal to attack Goku with. Goku's trying to hold up against the attack, but you can see it causes so much pressure that Goku has no choice but to use instant transmission to get out of the way, and he transmits himself over to Vegeta's location. And we see Goku also comment that move looked just like Moro. So Vegeta notes how Goku is struggling, and then Goku comments, "Damn, I am struggling, but I might have to go all out." So then Goku asks Vegeta, like, "What are you doing all the way out here?" Right? And Vegeta then says, "Oh, I think I know who he is." Vegeta comments that he heard old tales of a tribe in this area with right eyes specialized for sniping, but one day it was the Saiyans under Frieza's command who wiped them out. And Vegeta says, "We likely stand amidst the ruins left by that very invasion." So Vegeta then comments that this Granola guy must be a survivor of that tribe, and that's why he has a grudge against the Saiyans. And Vegeta comments that Maki and Oil must have been playing them for fools. And then Oil, hearing this, he's like, "The jig is up, but there's no turning back now. Here we are." So Goku asks, "Should I try to convince Granola that, Saiyans aren't the bad guys now, But Vegeta says, "Well, it wouldn't really matter because he seems like his motivation is driving us extinct by killing us, since, Goku and Vegeta are the last purebred Saiyans, outside of Broly, of course." But Goku's like, "Okay." So Goku's like, "All right, here's my plan. I'm going to beat him first, then we'll convince him." But Vegeta's like, "You still want to fight him?" And Goku's like, "Yeah, I have not whipped out Ultra Instinct at full power." And Vegeta's like, "Damn, so you looks like you gotta resort to that in the end, going full power." So then we see Granola just staying there waiting for Goku to reappear, and then we see Goku appears in full mastered Ultra Instinct. So this is the first time we've seen mastered Ultra Instinct with Goku's normal gi, outside of when he was training with Whis. Right now, Goku can use mastered Ultra Instinct. I don't believe I'm messing my words up. Goku can now use mastered Ultra Instinct at will. He can transform into it at almost any time as long as he has the stamina for it. And we see Granola's first reaction is, "I can't perceive any vital points." So Granola asks, "What is that form?" Goku says, "It's perfected Ultra Instinct, but the downside is I can't maintain this for too long, so I'm gonna have to end this quick." And Goku wastes no time by attacking Granola. He hits Granola in the face and causes his eyepiece, his headpiece, which he uses for oatmeal to communicate with him. He knocks that out. Then he hits Granola with a huge kick in the air. Then he hits Granola with a huge forearm. You can see Granola is taking a lot of damage. We see Goku ask, like, "Hey, do we have to keep fighting like this?" "We don't have to." Goku wants to try to convince Granola that Saiyans are not that bad, but Granola does not care. Granola's like, "Nothing you say can change the fact that I'm taking revenge on the Saiyans, so don't waste my time." So we see Granola tries to hit Goku, but Goku grabs a hold of Granola's arm very easily. Then he twists it and sends Granola flying in the air. Granola continues to try to attack Goku, but Goku is just dodging everything left and right. Goku just looking like a badass here. Granola goes to try to hit Goku from behind, but Goku, using telekinesis, is able to stop Granola in midair. And then Goku says, "Well, I guess you're making us settle this for real." Goku didn't want to have to end the fight like this, but Granola's giving him no choice. So Goku uses telekinesis, right? Sends Granola directly in front of him and just starts hitting him with air punches. So this rapid fire air attacks, and it looks like for the most part Granola has been defeated. And Vegeta comments that it looks like Kakarot went and stole the show once again. But then Vegeta comments on something very interesting. He says Granola's power hasn't dropped as much as it should have, because at this point Granola should be almost on the verge of death. But then Vegeta senses something behind him. He's like, "What's that? Why is Granola's energy signature now coming from there?" So we see Granola comments that Saiyans have grown very powerful and that he did not foresee this. Goku says, "You're way stronger than I thought as well. I'm curious to see how you got this far based off your training." Goku says, "We could just walk away from this now. You don't seem like a bad guy. Why not train and then we can spar another time?" But Granola says, "When did I say I lost to you? You're not hearing me correctly." Granola says, "All I said was I made a mistake underestimating you. I shouldn't have split my power at the start." And then we come to learn that Granola made a clone of himself. Granola splits some of his power from his real body to make a clone for him to fight Goku. Because the whole point is Granola believes that Frieza is the big final boss, right? Remember, Granola still believes that Goku and Vegeta are Frieza's assassins, right? So Granola believes that Frieza is this big final boss and that Goku and Vegeta are just like the entree, the appetizer in a way, right? So Granola says, "The Granola you see here is me, but also not." And we see that Vegeta sees that the real Granola is actually hiding in his ship, right? And Vegeta tries to warn Goku of this, but Goku has no idea what the hell is going on. Goku is super confused. So all of a sudden we see that Granola, the real Granola, is able to sneak up on Goku, attack him in one of his vital points, and he's able to send Goku, who is now back into his base form. He sends Goku flying. He hits Goku with a huge punch to that vital point. Goku goes flying, and you see that Goku is completely knocked unconscious, almost on the verge of death. Granola comments that, "I decided to have you fight that clone in order to save my strength for Frieza. In any case, it made us to kill some time, which worked for me since your actually drops over time in that silver hair form. I knew I could find an opening eventually." But as Granola is walking over to kill Goku, Vegeta then interrupts. It's Vegeta's turn now to fight. Granola says, "Move aside, I'm finishing him off." Vegeta says, "No, that fool won't be up for a while, so now, don't worry about him anymore. I'm your opponent now." And Granola says, "I'm not picky. It doesn't matter to me which one of you die first. I just need to get Frieza's location from one of you." But Vegeta's like, "If you're so intent on killing off every last Saiyan, then I'll use all I have to put you in the ground. The tribe that's about to go extinct is the Cerealians." So that now leads us into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 74, as we see the battle between Vegeta and Granola is set to begin. Goku's fight is over for now, and now it's Vegeta's turn. We see that the Cerealians are now using some kind of expressway, right, to get out and evacuate the city, because they have no idea what's going on and they're scared. So they're gonna try to get the safety until the battle is over, even though they have no idea it's a battle. They're just assuming that it's like an earthquake. So we see Vegeta and Granola are talking as Vegeta slowly is circling Granola around. You can see, based off Vegeta's movements, he's walking around Granola. So Vegeta first says, "You should know, tricks like fusing and clones won't work against me. Even though you were able to fool Kakarot with that, don't plan for that same trick to work on me again." Granola says, "I used the clone to save my straight because my ultimate goal is to kill your boss Frieza." And Vegeta is trying to make it clear that they don't work for Frieza, but Granola doesn't care, or he's just not buying it at all. Oatmeal is trying to make Granola see that, maybe Goku and Vegeta don't actually work for Frieza, but still, like I said, Granola doesn't care. "I will have my revenge against all the Saiyans." Vegeta comments that he was a child when the Saiyans invaded this planet, but what happened on Planet Cereal 40 to 50 years ago, that had nothing to do with him or Goku. But like I said, Granola doesn't care. So then we see Vegeta says, "Prepare to perish along with your people's history," as he transforms into Super Saiyan Blue evolution. So we see Vegeta uses telekinesis to get a bunch of rocks floating around Granola, and you see he uses the Hakai attack to fire off to cause a huge explosion, right? You can see the explosion. Oil can feel it. You can see that the explosion wraps around Goku's unconscious body, and we see the Sugar Railians. Their cars are moving because the explosions are so massive. We see Granola is up in the air as he was able to dodge Vegeta's attack fairly easily. He says that your destructive power is lacking, so you make up for it. With quantity. So Granola then says, "Let me illustrate the gulf between us." As he gets a giant rock that's right behind Vegeta, he explodes. He uses Hakai to make it explode, which the shockwave causes Vegeta to come directly at Granola, and Granola is able to hit Vegeta with a huge left hand to the gut. We see that Vegeta fires off a ki blast, but Granola is able to dodge it very easily, right? Vegeta follows Granola into the air, and they start fighting. Granola hits Vegeta into a river, right? And we can see Granola is just on the offensive. Very similar to the beginning of his fight with Goku, Granola is very aggressive with his attacks, not giving Vegeta much of an opening to counter. So Granola hits Vegeta with another big sledgehammer forearm. Vegeta goes flying. Then Granola starts firing ki blast at Vegeta. Vegeta is trying to navigate underwater to try to make it harder for Granola to see him. We see they near a waterfall, and Granola is still firing attacks at Vegeta relentlessly. So once again, Vegeta is able to get away from Granola, at least for the moment, by using the water and the explosions to create a little bit of distance. But we see that Granola has a special move up his sleeve. He has an aim assist courtesy to Oatmeal. So Granola gets into like a bow and arrow stance, and he asks his Oatmeal to assist him in fighting Vegeta. And of course, he waits for the perfect second, and then he fires off a ki blast at Vegeta, which hits Vegeta head on. Vegeta is able to destroy the attack using Hakai energy. So you're seeing, as the battle continues to go on, Vegeta is using what he learned from Beerus to help him in this fight. So we see Vegeta, he tries to catch his breath a little bit, and Granola comments how he's surprised that that Goku and Vegeta are stronger than expected. But Granola says, "No matter how powerful you are, I still remain as the strongest in the universe, and that this struggle is pointless." But Vegeta says, yes, at the moment, your strength and techniques do surpass my own, but I'm still gonna win. So you see, Vegeta is still calm. So Granola's like, "Has that overinflated ego left you unable to accept reality? It's almost sad." And Vegeta's like, "Stop whimpering and let's keep fighting, Mr. Strongest." So then we pay back to Goku, who finally wakes up, right? And he wakes up and he sees the big hole in his chest that was left from Granola. And you can see that he is in a lot of pain. As he gets up, he doesn't realize that a couple minutes have passed, right? So he sees Vegeta and Granola fighting across the planet, and he's surprised to see that Vegeta has joined the fight. So we see Vegeta fires off some more ki blasts at Granola, but Granola uses Hakai to destroy them pretty easily, right? So Vegeta fires off another ki blast. Granola deflects it. We see Vegeta then try to attack Granola from behind, but Granola counters with a ki blast of his own, and he says that this struggle is pointless and Vegeta needs to stop resisting. But we see with Granola starting to get a little more angry. With the ki blast he fires at Vegeta, Vegeta evades it, and we see that the ki blast lands in some of the ruins from Granola's homes. You can see that Granola is actually destroying some of his home, right? And Vegeta's like, you're fine blowing up what's left of the city, full of all those precious memories. And we can see Granola gets pissed. He's like, you're a dead man. So Vegeta then says, I can tell, that you only recently acquired this absurd strength. Granola's like, how can you tell? And Vegeta's like, thank you for confirming that. And Vegeta then says, you're clearly not used to your power. You are majorly lacking in the battle experience to back it up. So even though Vegeta and Goku have not figured out that Granola used the Dragon Balls, they can tell that Granola just recently gained this power. So Vegeta then continues to go after Granola. And Vegeta says, what have you been up to since gaining this power? Have you done any training? And Granola says, there's no need. And Granola's like, witness the gap in our power and the defeat, or admit defeat, as he hits Vegeta with a kick to the gut. But Vegeta says, need I repeat myself? You may be stronger, but that's no guaranteeing that I'll lose to you. And he grabs a hold of one of Granola's legs, and he hits a huge attack on Granola's kneecap, which Granola yells in pain. But then Granola hits Vegeta with a kick and sends him flying. Vegeta then comments that he loves that right now, this battle is not about protecting anything, right? He just loves that, the outcome is not set in stone. Right now, he can just focus on the fight. He doesn't have to focus on protecting people. He doesn't have to focus on, saving a planet, right? The only thing he needs to focus on is Granola. And, you can see Vegeta's Saiyan pride is, coming out in full swords. Vegeta also makes some comments talking about, the strongest and all those rankings, right? Those rankings are well and good, but they only reflect a moment in time. Once that moment has passed by, it's nothing but history. And Vegeta comments that he's already become a lot stronger during this fight than he was a couple minutes ago. So, but then we see Granola, he's able to land a critical vital spot right on Vegeta's abdomen, right? Remember, we saw Granola hit one of these attacks on Goku a little bit earlier when Goku was using Super Saiyan God. And you can see that Vegeta is doing all he can to keep Granola in place, but the attack does land, and you can see Vegeta goes back into his base form, and he also spits out a good amount of blood on Granola's sleeve. But still, even though Vegeta is in a bad place, he says this is fun, and it's been a long time since he's been able to have this feeling during a battle, right? And Vegeta says that this is his happy place, and it's just the thing to get a battle crazed Saiyan's blood pumping, as Vegeta has a very, very aggressive look on his face, and it kind of reminds you of Lord Beerus a little bit. So then we see Vegeta starts to power up, and he has a whole new aura. He has a destructive purple aura surrounding him. And Goku comments, on it. Goku's like, Vegeta's chi just changed. It feels like God chi, but it's different, right? And as we see, Granola fires off a couple ki blast attacks at where Vegeta's aura is, but they have no effect. So then we see that as the aura dissipates, we see that Vegeta has a whole new form. He has no eyebrows. His eyes have changed color. His hair has changed a little bit, and we see that Vegeta has unlocked a new level of power, a new form, a new transformation. This is the introduction of Ultra Ego Vegeta, a power that he learned from Beerus. Vegeta says, a god of destruction taught me that power derived slowly from instinct is unbounded. That now leads us into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 75. So we see, right, Granola is shocked by this new level of power that Vegeta is showcasing. Granola says, your power is unbounded? What does that even mean? And we see Vegeta powering up, and he grabs Granola by his scarf, and he says basically, oh, I need to bring you down the size. Your ego is very, very massive. Remember, this is Vegeta talking here. We know how massive Vegeta's ego is, but Vegeta's like, Granola, I gotta, show you a little bit of some tough love. So we see Vegeta hits Granola with a headbutt, and one thing that we have to comment on, Vegeta in Ultra Ego is very, very aggressive. He's way more aggressive than he is in any other transformation. So he hits Granola with a headbutt, sends him flying, right? Then he hits Granola with a sledgehammer, and then hits him with a kick that sends him flying up in the air. Granola tries to spot Vegeta to hit him with a ki blast, but Vegeta is already 2 steps ahead of Granola and hits him in the back, which sends him flying. Granola comes flying once again and is able to hit Vegeta in the abdomen again. But the thing about it is, Vegeta doesn't care. It doesn't care. We learned that actually the damage Vegeta takes actually makes him stronger. So in a way, this new Ultra Ego form for Vegeta is its power is limitless in a way. The more battle damage Vegeta takes, the stronger he can become. Vegeta comments that the hotter my battle soul burns, the stronger I grow. Then he takes Granola and sends him flying down into more of the ruins. So as this battle continues to go on, more of the ruins of Granola's city get destroyed. So Vegeta hits Granola with a huge kick that sends him flying through a building. You can see that buildings are falling over. More destruction is taking place. Granola comments that it's like Vegeta's an entirely different person now. And Granola comments, how the hell is he getting stronger by taking damage? And what is even a god of destruction? So Vegeta comments that there's these beings called gods of destruction, and our universe has one. And he's the one that taught me about this power. So Granola says, so this god granted you this power? Vegeta says, no, this power is my own. He was just taught it by Beerus. And Vegeta says, our battle has awakened it for the first time, this innate power inside me, right? So Granola's like, you mean I drew out this strength of yours? And Vegeta says, yes, precisely. I'm grateful, really. And Granola's like, enough nonsense, you're not stronger than me. That's impossible. He fires off a ki blast at Vegeta, but Vegeta takes it head on, right? Once again, this more symbolizes the point that the more damage Vegeta takes in battle, the stronger he becomes. So we see Vegeta comes flying at Granola, and as he's about to attack, Granola makes a shield around him, similar to what Cell can do and something we've seen Android 17 do as well. So Granola's like, why didn't you dodge? And Granola comments that this power is not like your ally's power up. He's talking about Goku's Ultra Instinct. And Vegeta laughs, right? Vegeta's like, don't you dare compare his pathetic technique to my own. Kakarot's body may have a mind of its own, but I'm all ego. In fact, go ahead and call this Ultra Ego. So there you get the name of Vegeta's form, Ultra Ego Vegeta. So we see Vegeta comes running at Granola and is able to hit Granola even though he's surrounded by a shield. And Granola goes flying into the city, and we see now Monito is looking, and he can tell that Granola is in some kind of fight, but he has no idea who it's against. It's fair to say that Monito could assume that it's against Frieza, but it's not. So Granola comments that you aren't even Frieza. There's no way I'll lose to some third-rate Saiyan grunt. Because remember, Granola still believes that Goku and Vegeta work for Frieza, even though Goku and Vegeta keep trying to tell him that they don't work for him at all. They don't even like the guy. So Vegeta says, I have no idea what tales you heard, but our home planet Vegeta wasn't wiped out by some enormous meteor strike. It was done by Frieza himself, which Granola is shocked to learn by. The Saiyan tribe is yet another push to the brink of destruction by Frieza. And then we see Oatmeal comment that, Granola, that contradicts what you were told, right? But Granola's like, it doesn't matter. It's no reason to call off my revenge against you Saiyans. You can see that Granola is being very ignorant. No matter what Goku and Vegeta tell him, Granola still is you know, focus on just revenge on the Saiyans. Vegeta says, believe what you want, but I speak the truth, and don't think for a second that I want your pity. So Vegeta hits Granola with another kick that sends him flying. But we see then Granola once again uses his scarf with, to do his Spider-Man impersonation, and then he lands on top of a big building. So, Oatmeal is trying to talk a little bit of sense into Granola, right? And Granola doesn't really care. So Granola says, that doesn't change the fact that the Saiyans killed my people. Oatmeal says, and yet it does not seem that that these two are aware of that. But we see Granola then takes off his headpiece and he throws it in the ground, basically saying that now that he's the strongest in the universe, he doesn't need Oatmeal anymore. And we see as Granola goes to confront Vegeta once again, Vegeta says, is that red eye the mark of your people? But Granola doesn't really respond. He says, you claimed I'm not used to my power, but I'll have to make up for that lack of battle experience now against you. And we see Granola says, you're not the only one who grows stronger the more he fights. So we see Granola uses telekinesis to raise one of the buildings, this massive building up, and he throws it at Vegeta, but Vegeta catches it and destroys it very easily. And Vegeta's like, what's this? So now you're willing to destroy this old city now? This city where Granola has all these memories? So it's like Granola doesn't care anymore. But we see that even though Vegeta, destroyed the building into pieces, Granola is using telekinesis to hold the building and its pieces back up. He throws them at Vegeta, but Vegeta blocks it. And we see that Vegeta now disregards his Saiyan armor. He's like, you'll go to any lengths then to win this battle. Fine by me, bring it on. So we see that Oatmeal, he's annoyed that Granola's, acting foolish. And then Oatmeal is able to get in communication with Granola's ship, and he calls the ship over to his location to pick him up, and then he flies off to another part of the planet. And we'll see where Oatmeal goes in just a little bit. Anyway, we see that Vegeta and Granola are in a very intense battle. Vegeta is hitting Granola with a left hand, but Granola counters with a kick. Vegeta counters with a sledgehammer. And Vegeta, even though he's taking damage, he's like, let's keep this up. I can keep growing stronger. So Granola fires off a ki blast at Vegeta. Vegeta does dodge it at point blank range. Granola says, so you can dodge after all. And Granola asks, are you hitting your limit at last? But Vegeta says, it's unwise to doubt a Saiyan's combat prowess. We live for battle. So we pan back over to Goku. He's watching this battle. We see that he's Goku's like cleaning himself up a little bit in the river. But Goku's watching the battle and he notices that Vegeta's losing a little bit of the oomph he had earlier, right? And Goku also comments that Granola's moves are getting sharper and sharper. So he noticed that as the longer this battle goes, Granola's getting more of the hang for battle. And Goku's like, I can't be sitting on the sidelines forever. I got to get back into this. So Goku's like, come on, body, you got to heal for me, as Goku tries to heal himself. So we see Vegeta's armor and his clothes are getting more and more ripped as the battle continues. As he's taking on more of Granola's ki blast. As Vegeta's already stated, the more battle damage he takes, the stronger he becomes. But we can see that Vegeta has taken on a lot of damage. It's not that Vegeta's not invincible. He can't just take on all this damage and have it have no impact, right? After a while, it's gonna have an impact. There's only so much damage one's body can take. So we see that Vegeta's vision is blurring because of the damage that he's taken. So Vegeta's figuring out that he needs to end this soon. So we see the dust settles and Granola is ready to fire off another attack, another bow and arrow attack at Vegeta. But Vegeta's like, nah, Vegeta's not willing to go down yet. So we see Vegeta charge off a huge energy ball, and we learned that this is a Hakai ball. So it's made off purely of destruction energy. Vegeta comments that this energy ball will destroy anything it touches, and if you want to protect your precious planet, then you better stop this yourself. So we see Vegeta fires off at the ball at Granola, who is ready to take it on head first. But right at that moment, as Vegeta fires off the ball, we see Granola evolves. We see that Granola's left eye turns red, which we haven't seen at any point yet. And we see that Granola fires a huge energy blast directly at Vegeta's Hakai ball, and it causes a huge, massive explosion that Goku, Oil, the Sugar Aliens, that everybody on the planet can feel, right? And we see in the aftermath that Vegeta is down. He's still in Ultra Ego at the moment, but he is down. And Granola says, I have to thank you, Saiyan. You're responsible for drawing out this power of mine. So Granola has indeed evolved. So Maki asks Oil, like, what's going on over there, right? He wants an update. She wants an update on the battle, as we see Elec and Gas have arrived as well. And Alex says, I was sure Granola would lose this fight soon, but I guess the battle's still undecided. So, they're just, as Goku, Vegeta, and Granola are just wearing each other out, right? This leaves Elec and the Heater clan to do whatever they want. And of course, we know what they're looking for. They're looking for the Dragon Balls. So heading into Manga Chapter 76, right, we see in the aftermath of the attack, we see Vegeta dodging Granola's attacks, right? He's trying to get away from Granola. We see that Granola has completely taken advantage of the battle, right? Now that Granola has evolved and both his eyes have that red mark, this is now Granola's fight to win. So, and we see Granola is being cocky. He's like, what's wrong? My attacks aren't invigorating you anymore? And Vegeta's like, curse you. So, we see Granola hits Vegeta with a couple more ki blasts, right? And then we see Vegeta reverts back to his base form as Granola stops him in place with just his foot. So Granola says, the universe has proven me right, since fate has clearly decided that you Saiyans are doomed to die. But Vegeta's not done, and he grabs a hold of Vegeta's foot, and he's trying to attack Granola, but he doesn't really have much strength left. Vegeta says, I am the master of my own fate. But Granola's like, learn to realize you've lost. And right before Granola is about to hit Vegeta with a attack, we see that Goku has arrived back on the battlefield. Goku was able to heal himself to the point where he could use Super Saiyan Blue. So we see, right, Goku's back in the Super Saiyan Blue form, and he hits Granola with a left hand off guard. And Granola is surprised to see that Goku is back on his feet. Goku says, hey, I'll take it over from here, but Vegeta attacks Goku and sends him flying, right? And Goku's like, what the hell are you doing here? And Vegeta's like, not if I have a say in here. And Granola is confused as to why is Vegeta attacking Goku. Vegeta's like, there's no one I'd rather beat the hell and back than you, Kakarot. And Goku says, you sure picked a moment for this old attitude. And Vegeta says, you seem confused, but know that I've only ever agreed to fight side by side when we had something to protect, right? And Goku's like, how about preserving your own life? Or are you trying to get yourself killed here? Vegeta says, better than teaming up with you. So Vegeta's stubborn Saiyan pride once again shows itself here. So we see as Vegeta and Goku are talking, Granola tries to sneak up and hit Vegeta in his vital point again. But Goku sees it right in time and uses telekinesis to wipe Vegeta out of the way. We see Vegeta falls into a building, and he's unconscious for a little bit. So Goku's like, I gotta read on your whole targeting our vitals thing, and it's not gonna work anymore. But Granola says, thanks for the laugh, but I'm calling your bluff. But remember, Goku has already fallen victim to Granola's attack 3 times. 3 times he's fallen victim to Granola's vital point attack. And we all know Goku, he gets stronger the longer a battle goes on. So Goku's not planning to continue losing to Granola forever. So we see Granola tries to hit Goku from behind in his vital point. Goku sees it, and what Goku does is he strengthens his neck so that even though Granola connects with the attack, it doesn't have that much of an effect. Goku goes back into his base form, but we see that Goku is more baiting Granola. Granola says, "Wait your turn, I'll extract Frieza's location from you in a moment." But we see that as Granola walks away to go after Vegeta, Goku hits Granola in the back with a ki blast. Goku says, "That same move was never going to work on me forever." So Granola goes after Goku's vital point again, but Goku is strengthening his vital point. So we get to see a very, very smart master arts Goku here, right? Using his knowledge of martial arts to keep him in this fight with Granola, even though Granola is clearly more powerful than Goku and Vegeta at this moment. So Goku's like, "There's the smallest pause between you locking onto our vitals and the attack that follows. I can't dodge the attack completely, but I can at least shift enough to make sure you don't hit where it really hurts." So Granola's like, "You've actually thought this through. I suppose your evasive technique makes that possible." But Granola also comments that Goku's strategy right now is pure defense, right? And without any offensive attacks of his own, you'll never be able to defeat him. And Goku's like, "Yeah, you're not wrong, and that's going to be a problem." So we see Goku in Super Saiyan Blue fighting against Granola, and Goku's doing his best to hold his own here. And remember, now Goku is fighting Granola's real body. Before, Goku was fighting a clone of Granola. Now he's fighting the real Granola. No more games. So we see Goku's not doing too bad. He hits Granola with a left hand, but Granola sends him flying with a kick that sends him back into his base form. And Goku comments that, his body's not going to last much longer, and he can't use Ultra Instinct at that moment because he doesn't have the stamina to go in the Ultra Instinct. So Vegeta says, "I'm tagging in," and Goku's like, "Why? Why are you so obsessed with doing this alone?" And Vegeta's like, "It's hard to say, but think of it as my stubborn Saiyan pride." So Goku asks Vegeta, "Do you really think you can beat him?" And Vegeta's like, he only just learned to unleash this side of his own power, so he won't last that much longer either. He most likely will hurt his limits soon, so that'll be my opening for victory." So Vegeta's like, "Please allow me to do this alone," and Goku's like, "Okay." And Goku tries to tell Vegeta, "Hey, don't die." So Granola sees Vegeta confront him, and Granola's like, "You're still fighting alone? Your minds work in mysterious ways, I must say." But Vegeta says, "Yours isn't exactly playing with a full deck either. That drive for revenge has rotted away anything that's in your head." Vegeta says, "Do you think you survived all this time just to take revenge on us? There's nothing more to your life, And Vegeta's like, "Very well, who am I to deny this grand mission of yours? No regrets then, hit me with everything you got." And Vegeta transforms back into Ultra Ego, which surprises Granola. Granola says, "But you already hit your limit." But Vegeta then says, "As I explained, this power is unbounded and it has no limit." So Vegeta sends Granola flying, right? And then he hits Granola with another headbutt, which sends Granola almost flying into into the Sugar Rayon City. He lands right on the little border of the barrier that separates the outside from the city. But Vegeta hits Granola with a huge kick that sends both of them flying right into the middle of the city, which has been evacuated at this point. Granola's like, "Not here, take this elsewhere," because he doesn't want to cause any damage to the Sugar Rayon City, the same way the Saiyans and Frieza's army destroyed his city 40 to 50 years ago. But Vegeta says, "Oh, and here I thought you didn't care about anything," right? Vegeta continues to go after Granola, but Granola says, "No, not here." So Granola hits Vegeta with a right hand, but Vegeta is able to grab a hold of Granola's arm and he bites it. He straight up bites it. So Vegeta then says, haha, you can't quite use your precious rapid fire moves here, can you? But Vegeta then gets burned here because Granola lands right on top of Vegeta, right, and pins him down with his feet, and then hits a bunch of rapid fire ki blasts at direct range, and there's nothing Vegeta can do to dodge them. So we see that Vegeta is now back in his base form once again, and he's fallen unconscious, but we can also see that Granola is absolutely exhausted. You can see that Granola's lost the mark in his left eye. This battle has taken a lot out of all three of these individuals. So Granola comments, has Vegeta learned his lesson yet? But right at that moment, right behind him, we can see that there's like a crack in a door, and all we see is a Sugaronian mother holding her child in horror, right? And then Granola gets a huge flashback. Granola's PTSD activates, and we see Granola running to a building, trying to escape the city, trying to, escape the destruction that the Saiyans are causing. And we see that Granola runs into the building, and then we get to meet Granola's mom, Muzi, right? I hope I'm saying her name correctly. But we see, yes, Granola reunites with his mom, and Granola is happy to reunite with his mom, and he's like, yeah, the others helped me get away. But the same look of horror that Granola has on his face along with his mom is showcased in the Sugaronian mom holding his child. And Granola does not feel good, right? He feels like this is very, very ironic, right? Because he had to go through the same thing 40 years ago when the Saiyans destroyed his home. And now he feels like, fortune has reversed, because now he's doing the same thing to the Sugaronian's home. But we see Vegeta, he's back up on his feet, he's conscious again, but he is heavily damaged, right? His left eye is swollen shut, and you can see that he has blood and damage everywhere. And he's also completely shirtless. Vegeta says, any grudges against us Saiyans are well deserved. How could I object to you destroying me here now? But however, by eradicating the Saiyans, you're just repeating history. And he comments that you Surrounds were never that savage, right? And Granola's like, that's nonsense. Our planet was peaceful. You people took everything from us, and I'll never forget that. So Granola sends Vegeta flying out of the Sugaronian city back into the mountains, and we see Granola has awakened something, right? Granola says, I found my true resolve, and he says that he's prepared to burn away his very life to defeat the Saiyans. Granola says, I'll summon every bit of power to make sure you stay dead. And you can see his left eye turns red once again. Granola says, my revenge against Frieza will have to wait until we're both in hell, as Granola is willing to kill himself to kill Vegeta and end this. So Vegeta, he has literally no energy left to stand, and it's almost like Vegeta has accepted defeat. Vegeta says, apologies, Lord Beerus. I couldn't revert to that unfeeling man he once was. That God of destruction power was beyond the scope of a novice like me. And he says, if this is the fate of the Saiyans, so be it. And Goku's like, they're both willing to die? No. So we see Goku trying to run into the battle to try to stop both of them. But all of a sudden, Goku sees a ship flying above it. And then we see that Monito is in the ship, right? But this is the first time Goku and Monito have ever seen each other. But for some reason, Monito thinks he sees something very familiar in Goku. So Monito asks Oatmeal, was that the Saiyan who Granola is fighting with? And Oatmeal says yes, but there is another one as well. So we see as Granola is charging up his attack, Monito is landing on the battlefield as well, and then we see Goku has reached the battlefield as well, but he can't get close to Granola because of the energy, right? The energy is too powerful for Goku to get close. So we see all of a sudden Monito tells Granola to knock it off, and Granola sees this, and it causes a delay in him firing off his attack. And all of a sudden Goku realizes this, and he's able to knock Granola out of the way and save Granola and Vegeta. Goku says, "Don't be stupid," and he's also like, "Vegeta, you two, what were you thinking?" And Vegeta just has like a little smile on his face. It's like Vegeta's happy that Goku stopped him. So we see Granola sees that Oatmeal is flying his ship, and he's like, Granola's like, "Oatmeal, I should have known, meddling in my business." Then we see Monito walk down to the battlefield, and Goku and Vegeta are shocked to see a Namekian, right? And Granola's like, "Why did you interfere, Monito? Stand back and let me finish this. I just want this to end. I need this to be over." And remember, they have been fighting non-stop here for like the last 4 to 5 chapters, and they are all 3 of them are completely exhausted. But Monito says, "You've got some facts wrong, Granola. Sorry to say, it was a bit of a lie of mine that brought you here. There was one Saiyan who didn't earn your vengeance." And Granola is confused, like, "What are you talking about?" And Monito says, 40 years ago, the one who actually saved us was a Saiyan named Bardock. Yes, Bardock, the father of Goku. Remember, in Dragon Ball Super, the only other time we've seen Bardock was in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie when Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta. But what you're about to see takes place before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, as you are about to learn how Bardock saved Granola and Monito. That leads us into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 77. So, we go back 40 years ago in the past, seeing Planet Cereal, and we see how the Cerealians and the Namekians had a fairly peaceful life with one another, right? You know, planting, harvesting, sharing resources. It was peaceful. But all of a sudden, one day, the Saiyans and the Frieza army attacked, right? And it was on the eve of a full moon. So we see the Saiyans come in out of their pods, and right away they transform into great apes. So yeah, we see them, they transform into great apes as the great apes start destroying the city and killing Cerealians and the Namekians. We also see the Frieza army soldiers, they do their thing as well. We see some very violent scenes of the Frieza army just killing the Grand Elder and the Namekian kids. Very, very violent. We see Monito, it's the one lasting Namekian, and we see with the Grand Elder's dying breath, he gives the 2 Dragon Balls to Monito, and he says that Monito must do whatever he can to protect the Dragon Balls at any cost. So we see more as the great apes continue to destroy the city. We see there's one great ape that's different. This great ape is not fighting. This great ape isn't even destroying anything. This great ape is more just hanging out on a building, just really just being a lookout, right? Making sure things are going as planned. And we see that this great ape has a very, very familiar scar on the side of his face. We also see a little Granola while running away from the city, and we see this great ape follow him from behind. Remember last chapter, we saw Granola reunite with his mom, Muzi. And then we see, as this great ape looks into the building and sees Granola and his mom, we see Granola fall unconscious. And we see this great ape has a interesting look on his face. He doesn't know really what to make of all this. Going back to the battle, we see a Cerealian soldier named Flock. And if I'm being honest here, this person, when I read this, I see this person as Granola's father. He looks like Granola. We never get any official confirmation that he's Granola's father, but let's just say for the sake of this video, let's just say this is Granola's father, right? We see we see Flock firing a very similar attack that Granola did earlier in this arc. So we see we see that this Cerulean is trying to destroy the moon, right? Because the moon will stop the Great Ape's rampage. It will cause the Saiyans to go back to normal. We see Leek, who is in his Great Ape form. He goes to stop Flock, but it's too late. We see Leek, he gets hit on the top of his head, and the moon gets destroyed, and we see that the Great Ape's rampage is stopped. So now the Ceruleans believe that they now have a chance, but they don't realize that even without the Great Ape forms, the Saiyans are not to be messed with. So we see Flock is killed, and we also see that Leek has a huge scar on his forehead. So that's how Leek got the scar on his forehead, for those that were wondering. So back over with Granola and his mom, we see that Bardock is now back in his normal form, and he has a very puzzled look on his face, right? He's like, he doesn't know what to do right now. And we see Muzi tries to attack Bardock, but it just hits him in the shoulder. He doesn't even really try to dodge it, really. So we see as Granola is looking, or as Bardock is looking at Granola's mom, we get a flashback over to Gine. It's, of course, Gine is Goku's mom. And Gine is like, do you have any idea how many months you've been gone, right? And Bardock comments, oh, that explains why your tummy's flat again. And Gine is like, I swear, do Saiyan men have anything resembling emotions? So last time Bardock had left, Gine was in the middle of her pregnancy. Now that Bardock's back, Goku has been born, right? And we get to see a very, very, very small baby Goku in an incubator tube, right? And Gine asks Goku, or Gine asks Bardock to help name their child. We also see a very young Raditz. He's outside playing with some bugs along with a couple other Saiyan kids. So Bardock looks at this baby and he calls him Kakarot. We'll call him Kakarot. And Gine is absolutely amazed at the name. She loves it, right? But so then we pan back over to Bardock along with Granola's mom and Granola himself, and Bardock is still confused. All of a sudden, Leek comes from behind and he's like, Bardock, you know, we're looking for you. The mission's done and we have orders to head out. Bardock says, sure, you know, you head home without me, but for now, I'm gonna look for survivors. And Leek's like, very well, but try to be quick because Frieza's gonna be on the planet himself soon. So we see Bardock uses his scouter, right? And for the most part, everybody's dead. He says he noticed that Granola and his mom are the last of the Ceruleans, but he noticed something far off in the distance, right? And at first, Bardock thinks it's just an animal, but he notices that the movements being made by this, you know, organism are too deliberate, and it has to be something intelligent, aka a human. And we see that this is Monito. Monito has made it all the way over to his hut along with the 2 Dragon Balls, and he stores them in a little basket, you know, to try to keep them safe. Monito tells that somebody is coming and prepares to hit them with his staff, but Bardock sees it coming and blocks the attack easily. Monito is shocked to see a Saiyan here, right? So Bardock mentions how Monito's power level just jumped. He comments that he guesses that he can control when he wants to power up, and also how to keep his power level hidden. We also see that Granola's mom is with them, and Monito is very happy to see that there, you know, at least is 2 Cerulean survivors. So as they're introducing themselves, Bardock says Frieza is coming soon, so try to keep yourselves hidden and off the radar. So Monito's like, what's your ploy here? You know, aren't you a Saiyan? Like, you just destroyed our planet. You know, like, what's going on? And Bardock's like, I don't know. I just felt like it, but I gotta leave. Bardock's Monito then, wait, you know, tell us your name at least. And Bardock says his name, Bardock. So we go back to the present day for just a sec, and remember, Monito's telling the story to Goku, Vegeta, and Granola, right? And they're shocked to hear what's going on. Granola never knew anything about this. So Granola says, that means I'm only alive thanks to that Saiyan's mercy. And Monito's like, yes, and I'm sorry that I kept that from you. But one of the big revelations we get is this. Monito turns and looks at Goku and he says, you're the spitting image of that Bardock fella. And Goku's like, me? And Monito's like, yeah, you. You know, Monito's like, does any of your kind go by the name Bardock? Goku doesn't know because, of course, we know Goku hit his head when he was a kid. So he doesn't remember anything about, the Saiyans or anything like that. But then we see Vegeta give the big revelation. And Vegeta says, Bardock was none other than your father. Goku, Monito, Granola are all in shock. This is the first time Goku has ever learned the name of his father. Because like I said, remember, Goku fell on his head all those years ago. So he has no memories of his dad. So Goku was shocked to learn of this. And Monito's like, what a twist of fate. You're the man's son then. So Granola is shocked a little bit. He's like, I'm here trying to kill the son of the guy that saved my life all those years ago. Goku's like, I wish I knew a darn thing about my dad, but I can't say that I do. And Vegeta says, in any case, your soft-hearted nature clearly runs in the family. But then Granola has another question for Monito. What the hell happened to his mom? Right? And then Monito continues on with the story. We go back into the past. So it's now nighttime. But we see that Bardock is about to leave once again. But Monito says, let me see that arm of yours. And he actually heals the scar on Bardock's arm. And Bardock comments that he never knew that Namekians could do that. And Monito says, the really gifted ones can even restore your energy in the blink of an eye. Monito says, it takes me all I've got to heal up a little scratch though. Right? So Bardock then notices that someone's near, and then we see off in the distance, it's a much younger version of the Heater clan. You can tell because Elec doesn't have any face over at this point. We don't know the age of the Heaters, but we know this is 40 years in the past, so of course they were much younger. But their personalities are almost 100% the same. So Bardock's in hiding, and he does recognize the Heaters because the Heaters act as intermediaries, like the middleman, right? They act as the middleman for planets that Frieza has conquered. So basically, like I said, the Heater clan are just here trying to sell the planet, right? So you can kind of see the business relationship between the Heaters and the Frieza army. So Elec is happy to see that the Sorelians and the Namekians are out of the picture, right? And Elec says, get word to the Sorelians and start negotiating on a price. So they're talking about how much they're going to sell this planet by. So Elec says, most of Frieza's people are just in the business for carnage, right? Battle-crazed diehards without the brains to know a planet's true value. Which, does annoy Bardock a little bit. And Elec says, as long as Frieza himself doesn't catch on, we're golden. Unlike his goons, we got brains and a power level that's off the charts. We better watch our step. Or no, Mackie says, unlike his goons, he's got brains and a power level that's off the charts, so we better watch our step. Gaston comments, one day we'll reign supreme over Frieza's army. So we see Muzi, she sneaks up on Bardock and Monito, and she's like, who's over there, right? And Elec says, the Heaters won't triumph over Frieza, won't triumph over Frieza with might, but with wealth and intel, and our day will eventually come. But until that day, we better save up a juicy fortune. The Heatrons aren't destined to serve that nasty lizard forever. So Bardock, in his head, can tell that the Heaters are planning to betray Frieza. We then see Granola, who has now woken up, right? Granola's like looking for his mom, but he sees Bardock and yells out a Saiyan, which, the Heater clan hear. They're like, what? So Monito then puts Granola to sleep, just to keep him, from making any noise. So Bardock comments that, that was stupid by Granola because, now that's going to bring attention to them. So Elric asks if anybody is over there, and with quick thinking, Bardock asks Monito for his cloak. So we see the Heater Clan walk on over, and we see that Bardock, then acts like he's about to kill Monito, Granola, and Muzi, right? And Elric's like, this must be one of Frieza's men. And Bardock's like, I was just about to slaughter these survivors I spotted. And Elric's like, get on with it then. But Bardock's just trying to, play time. He doesn't want to actually kill them, but he sees this is a life or death situation. But Bardock then says, actually, the Namekian just used some strange power. Maybe it's worth checking out before killing him. But then all of a sudden, Elric pulls out his gun and he shoots Granola's mom right in the chest, and we see that's the end for Muzi, right? She is basically dead on impact. So Elric puts his gun away and he says, there you go, kill the kid, take the Namekian, and make it quick. But this annoys Bardock, and Bardock, fires off an attack at the heaters, but Gas sees it coming and then forms a force field at the last moment. So then once the dust is settled, we can see that Bardock, Granola, Monito, and Muzi are gone, and they've gotten away. And then Oyo then comments that maybe they might have been eavesdropping on our conversation, and if they get away, that could be trouble, because Bardock could get away and could alert Frieza on what the Heater Clan are doing. So then the Heater Clan decide that there's no choice, all of them have to die. It's that simple. We see that Bardock and Monito, Granola, and Muzi are hiding behind a mountain, and Bardock's like, what's gone into him? Like, why is he, putting his life on the line to save Monito and the others, right? But Monito then says that there's nothing that they can do for Muzi now. She's a goner. So then we see Gas then steps up, and he makes a suggestion that he'll kill Bardock and the others, and he'll take care of them. And Alex like, okay, but you got to do it quick because Frieza's on his way to the planet. So this has to be done before Frieza arrives. So then we head back to the present day, and we see Gas and Elric. As Monito is telling this story to Goku, Vegeta, and Granola, we see that Gas is also reflecting, because this is the first time that Gas has been back on Planet Cereal since that day 40 years ago. And Elric's like, sure, the one you fought back then was a Saiyan, and that was Bardock, and we will see that battle here later on. But Gas is like, yes, I get it. In a way, your own revenge is tied up in all this. And Gas said, I will never suffer such indignity ever again. I have grown strong. And we also see that while they're talking, Elric has his hands on one of the Saurian Dragon Balls, and they need just one other so that they can make their wish. That leads us into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 78. So we see that Maki gets a notification from Oil saying that, they've stopped fighting all of a sudden, right? Stopped fighting, that Goku, Vegeta, and Granola have stopped fighting, but now they're just talking. And then they're able to figure out that Monito has come and that, he is meddling in their affairs, right? Even though Monito has no idea that the Heater Clan were the ones that, stirred any of this up, doesn't matter. So anyway, Gas is like, all right, fine. Who cares if they stop fighting? They're all exhausted at this point. So like, let's just go and kill them. Let's go end them. And like Maki's like, a massacre? That's a good idea, especially since those three idiots are probably weakened from all their fighting. So as Maki, Gas, and Oil are about to head over to where Goku and the others are, Alec's about to go find the last Dragon Ball and make a wish. And Alec's like, I will see your wish fulfilled, Gas. And Gas is like, I'm fine as I am. Sure you are. And Alec says, sure you are, but this is the only surefire way to achieve our goals. Our plans all rely on you. You know that. And we learned that Gas has this very, very clear loyalty to Alec. He's willing to do anything for his brother. So we head back to where Goku and the others are, and Granola is shocked. Remember, Granola had just learned what happened to his mom, and this is the first time he's hearing any of this. And Goku and Vegeta are like, they kind of feel bad for the guy. They're just hearing how Monito kept this from him from all these years. And Granola's like, you knew this the whole time, that the heaters killed my mom, and you still let me work for them for all these years? Monito says, you gotta understand, it was the only way for us to survive. And Goku tries to break up the argument between Granola and Monito. And then you can see Granola's just having, like a crisis, an emotional crisis at everything he's learned here, right? So Vegeta then asks Monito, did Bardock defeat Gas? And Monito says, yes, that's how we survived. And Goku's happy to hear, that his father won this battle, right? But Vegeta comments that Bardock was a low-class warrior, as far as I know. Was Gas really that weak? But Monito says, no, Gas was very, very strong. But all of a sudden, they noticed that the sky had gotten dark, right? And they're like, what's happening, And Goku comments like, this is very similar to what happens when they call Shenlong on Earth. Shenrong on Earth. So Monito and Granola are like, wait a minute, and they can tell that the Dragon Balls are about to be used. Remember, at this point, Goku and Vegeta have no idea that there's even Dragon Balls on planet Cereal. They still have no idea that Granola made a wish to make himself the strongest in the universe with the Dragon Balls. So we see on another part of the planet that Tornabo has appeared once again, and Alec is about to make his wish, and he asks his Tornabo, Tornabo asks, what is your wish? State your wish. And we even see the Sugaralians notice that the sky had gotten dark, and all of a sudden Goku and Vegeta see that the sky has gone back to normal, and they're shocked, like, what's going on? Remember, once again, Goku and Vegeta have no idea. They have no idea that there's Dragon Balls on planet Cereal. So, but all of a sudden they notice some huge power that's coming right for them, and they've never met Gas before. But Granola recognizes that power, and all of a sudden, a huge gust of wind hits them, and they look behind, and we see that Maki and Oil have appeared, and Goku's like, you jerks, we know the whole story now. Why are you here? And Maki's like, now that our plan's in motion, all that's left is to take out the trash, right? So now, they have no choice but to kill Goku and Vegeta. Since Goku and Vegeta didn't kill Granola, right? Now they have no choice but to kill Granola, Goku, and Vegeta as well. And Maki also comments, hey, thanks for being a team player all these years, Granola, as this is the end of the Granola and the Heater clan erasement. And Granola finally says, you brought these Saiyans here to kill me, didn't you? You low down dirty. And Maki says, you didn't leave us much of a choice when you decided to become the strongest in the universe. Talk about cheating. Too bad you're not the only one who can make a wish. And Goku's like, a wish? Because once again, they have no idea about the Dragon Balls. And then all of a sudden, Maki and Oil, they're like, on another note, let's present the actual strongest warrior in the universe, Gas. And then Vegeta, Granola, and Goku are shocked as we see Gas stand in front of them. And this is not the same Gas we saw just a couple pages ago. We see that Gas is huge. We're talking like Broly height. He's huge. Right? Gas, who's been short all his life, is all of a sudden now looks like an absolute beast. His appearance hasn't changed, but he's just ginormous now. Right? And Granola is shocked to see Gas. And Monito's like, I feared as much. They must have used the Dragon Balls. And Vegeta and Goku finally get the explanation that, you know, there are Dragon Balls on this planet, and they learn that Granola used them to become the strongest in the universe. So you're seeing now all the puzzle pieces are coming together. So we see Gas wastes no time. He draws a ki blast ray, and he destroys Granola's ship. Goku and the others are barely able to dodge. Then we see that Gas makes like a key spear, and the one thing that you guys will notice is, you know, Gas's special move, right? His signature ability is that he's able to make weapons using his ki. He can make almost any weapon he wants by using his ki. So he makes a key spear, he throws it right at Granola, and it sends Granola flying onto his ship. And Granola cannot move, right? And we see Granola goes right after Gas goes right after Granola. Gas comments that he never liked Granola, and that he provides enough muscle for the heaters, and that Granola is no longer needed. Gas says, "At last I am free to kill you." Goku tries to go after Gas, but you know, Gas makes these giant these giant squares that attach to Goku's hands and legs, and Goku is not able to move. Gas recognizes Goku as, you know, that has to be, you know, that son, that Saiyan son, Bardock. So it didn't take anything for, you know, Gas to recognize that Goku was Bardock's son. And Oil confirms that because, you know, of course, Oil's been eavesdropping the entire time. You know, and Oil's like, "Yep, I heard him mention that earlier." So Gas asks Goku, "Hey, does his father still live?" But Vegeta says that entire generations of Saiyan was slain by Frieza himself. Only a few members of our tribe survived the purge, which of course, you know, at that time it was Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, Goku, and Broly. So Mackey's like, "Works for us. We'll finish what Frieza started and take out the rest of the trash," right? And Goku's like, "Wait, what? Why do you have to kill us in the first place?" Gas says, "You and Granola must perish, as do all who might threaten their plans." Now that Goku and the others have kind of figured out what the Heater's plan is, they have no choice but to kill them. So Gas makes like a sword in a way, or like a chopping iron, right? He's about to cut Goku's head off, right? But we see that Granola has recovered because Monito took the key spear right out of him, and we see that Granola is able to hit Gas in the back. Then Granola comments that the title of the strongest belongs to him, right? And then we see Gas go right after Granola, and then he hits him with like a mace ball, right? Or like a spike ball, whatever you want to call it. So you're seeing Gas is just bringing out all these different types of weapons. So we see Gas continues to fire off attacks on Granola left and right. And Mackie comments that, you know, Granola is an idiot because Gas's wish came after his, and that has to make Gas the strongest in the universe. So we see Gas is just beating Granola down left and right. And Gas says, "Alex saw value in your strength, but I never did." So we see Monito is able to use like his magic abilities to free Goku of the weights that were on his arms and legs. And we see Monito then says he's going to try to heal Goku a little bit. Monito says, "I'll heal you, but I have a little bit of a request. I know I've got no right to ask for favors, but please save Granola for me." But Goku, with no hesitation, says, "Sure, I'll do what I can." So we see Granola going after Gas, and Granola's asked, "Why did you let me live?" And Gas says, "We did not learn that you two had survived until several years after the fall of Planet Cereal." So at that point, Gas grabs Granola by the arm and hits her with another kick. Gas also says that Alex said it would be a waste to kill such a resource, so he decided to hire you instead. And right at that moment, Granola gets a flashback to when he was a kid and when he was, you know, just training in the woods, working on his sniping abilities. And we get to see when Monito met Alec for the second time. So this is years after Bardock had defeated Gas. We see the Heater clan back on planet Cereal, and they're confronting Monito. And Alec, is curious why Monito never told Granola that, Alec was the one that killed his mom. And Monito says the reason why is because me telling him that would have made him obsessed with revenge, right? Which is true. But Alec's like, good, and you'll keep that mouth shut. You'll keep that mouth shut, you old coot, because the second you blab, both of your lives are over. So then Alec, tries to take advantage of the situation, and he calls Granola over, and he says, why not come work for me as a bounty hunter? And Monito has really no choice but to accept this, right? So Monito says, I think I made the wrong choice back then. As we come back to the present day, I think I made the wrong choice back then. It would have been better to die than serve Alec. Goku said, you guys did what you had to do to survive, right? You didn't have much of a choice. They're the bad guys here. Monito says, I don't even live up to being in the Namekian. I can't even manage to restore your energy. But Goku notices at one point, remembers that Vegeta had sensu beans. Remember, Goku took one sensu bean when they first got to planet Cereal after Granola shot him down, and Vegeta had the other sensu bean in his armor. So Goku's like, hey Vegeta, where's that other, sensu bean? And Vegeta says, yes, I do have it, but it's stored in my armor, which I tossed away. And Goku's like, what the hell are you doing? You gotta go find it. And Goku says, I'll try to hold Gas off while you go fight, while you go find that sensu bean. And he tells Vegeta to eat it, right? Because Goku says, I already ate one earlier, So if you eat this sensu bean, transform into Ultra Ego, and then, beat Gas. And it's funny because Goku says, transform into that freaky face mode again. And Vegeta's annoyed. It's like, freaky face mode? No, it's called Ultra Ego, you fool. So right as Gas is going to finish Granola off, we see Goku interfere, and he's like, stop, and Gas comments like, so you and the endangered species have become friends. Not your place, outsider, right? And this is just how the heaters operate. So now Gas makes a key sword, an actual key sword, and he goes right at Goku, but Goku transforms into Super Saiyan Blue and is barely able to stop the attack with all his energy, and he destroys the sword itself. And Goku's like, you won't be able to kill me that easily. So we see Goku and Gas start fighting. This is the first time they've been in battle. So Goku tries to hit Gas with a kick, but Gas makes a key shield like Captain America's shield, and he uses that to block Goku's attacks, right? So Goku goes for some punches and kicks, but nothing works. He even tries to hit Gas with a ki blast, but that doesn't work. So we see now Gas gets Goku from behind and has like a giant sword, or not a sword, like a giant mallet, right? And is able to play whack-a-mole on Goku and sends Goku flying. So Maki comments that Saiyan's not tough after all. Maybe Gas didn't even need the Whis to handle these chumps. So then Oil looks over and he's looking for Vegeta, and we see that Vegeta has found his armor, and he also finds the sensu bean as well. We come back to Goku. Gas throws like some kind of like spark plug into Goku's abdomen, and it shocks Goku, right? And then Goku goes right back into his base form, because Goku, hates to say it, but he's waiting on Vegeta to, restore his energy, because Goku knows that he's not going to be able to last much longer at this rate. But we see that Vegeta has not eaten the sensu bean. Instead, he goes to Granola. He wakes Granola up and he tells Granola that he needs to eat the sensu bean and that it will restore his energy. And Granola is shocked that Vegeta had something like this all along. Like, where was this earlier? You could have used it to help, beat me. Vegeta's like, no, why would I ever take the coward's way out? Now eat the freaking bean and rejoin the fight. Your revenge must be satisfied, no? So settle this grudge with your own strength. So heading into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 79, we see that Alec is enjoying a nice little beverage as the battle is going on, and Alec is happy to see that Alec is happy to see that Gas has now become the mightiest in the universe. And then Alec's assistant asks us, should we move the ship closer to the battlefield? And Alec says, we'll do that once the fight is over. I don't want to get any debris into my wine. So, and then Alec also says, besides, I've got one more urgent errand to handle. And by the end of this, you'll know what that errand was going to be. So we see Maki and Oyo are confronting Monito. They're like, where the hell is Vegeta? And Monito's like, heck if I know. And then they're about to beat Monito down if he doesn't spill any information. So we see Granola then sees that Monito's in danger, and he eats the sensu bean, and we see that his energy is fully restored. So we see Granola wastes no time and uses instant transmission to stop Oil from attacking Monito, and he sends him flying. We go back to Goku and we see that Gas is about to kill Goku, but Granola is back to full strength, and now Granola is ready to take Gas on. And Gas comments is like, were you healed somehow? You were just on the verge of death, right? And we also see right before Granola is about to fight Gas, we see that Monito hands Oatmeal back over to Granola. And Oatmeal's like, I swear, if you ever chuck me aside again, and Granola apologizes to Granola for that. And then Granola says, no, I always want you backing me up. So we see Granola powers up, and you can see his left eye is now red once again. So Granola is now more powerful than ever. So we see Vegeta is happy to see Granola back at full strength, and Gas demands that we see Granola demand that Gas comes down to fight him. It's very confusing, man. There's so many G's here. Goku, Gas, Granola, So very, very, when you're just saying the same three names over and over again, you keep mixing them up. Oh, man. Ooh. All this talking, bro. My voice feels like worn out. So we see Gas throws Goku down to the ground, and we see Gas goes to confront Granola. So we see Gas now has two shields in a way, right? He has these two shields kind of similar to like the shields you would see in Wakanda. He has two shields on both his arms, right? And we see the battle between Gas and Granola is about to take place. They both get into their stances and they're ready to go. Oil comments is that relax. We know Gas is the strongest now. He's gonna win this for us, for sure. We see Gas and Granola go at each other. Gas tries to hit Granola with one of the shields. Granola blocks it pretty easily. He tries to fire off some ki blasts, but Gas blocks it with the shield. We see Gas then comes flying at Granola with both shields. Granola is barely able to get out of the way. And then we see Granola makes like a very sharp rod, but Granola is able to dodge it, and he takes the rod and he's able to hit Granola. Or Granola takes the rod itself and is able to send Gas flying back. Woo, this is a lot. Then we see Granola comes after Gas, but Gas now has like these like little spikes, kind of like from Naruto, if you remember what I forget what they're called, but he has like these little mini spikes on his hands, and then he throws them at Granola. Granola is able to dodge them pretty easily. And we also see, as the battle is going on, Oatmeal is giving Granola advice and helping him. Oatmeal comments, your heart rate is elevated, remain calm and focused. Oatmeal comments that there's a wrecking ball coming from above, and we see a giant wrecking ball thrown by Gas onto Granola. Granola is able to stop it, but we see that Gas was just tricking Granola. As we see, as soon as Granola catches it, the wrecking ball explodes, but Granola is not in any danger. Then we see Oatmeal comments again. Gas throws a bunch of different projectiles at Granola. There are about 46 of them within a 50-yard radius. We see they're just coming flying at Granola, and Mackie and Oil believe that Granola's done here, but we see that Granola actually was able to catch the projectiles, right? And Granola says those tricks won't work on me anymore. So we see Goku asks Vegeta, how is Granola growing up? And Vegeta says, as well as his opponent, or better. And Goku's like, yeah, I'm not surprised. So we see that the battle continues. For the most part, Granola and Gas are on par. For the most part, Granola goes for some attacks, but Gas blocks him with a shield. Gas tries to make another spear, but Granola is able to get in close and actually sends Gas flying back with a right hand. We see Gas goes into the forest and actually, falls onto some trees. And, Mackie's very surprised to see that, Gas is getting, pushed back. Vegeta said that Gas only achieved the title of the strongest a bit ago. And Goku says, oh yeah, so he can't make use of his full power yet, just like Granola at first, right? So the reason why Goku and Vegeta believe that Granola is in this fight is because Gas isn't used to this power of being the strongest yet. It's going to take him some time to get used to it. So we see Gas makes another sword as Granola comes at him. Granola hits Gas with a kick that sends him flying up in the air. Vegeta comments that the gap between them is evident. This is Granola's best chance. Goku says, but why is Gas sticking to just one move using those strange weapons? Vegeta says, hard to say. Perhaps he gained that ability from the wish to become the strongest in the universe. But Monito says, nope. Gas has always used those weapons he creates out of nothing. He remembers it a little bit from watching Gas's battle from Bardock in the past. So we see Gas makes these very sharp, like winged weapons, and then he comes flying, at Gas. Remember, this is very, very sharp. It's like a destructo disc in a way. But Granola is able to stop the attack in midair, right? And then he's actually able to hit Gas with a huge kick to the gut, which sends him flying back. So Granola asks, why do you rely on that art? Why do you only rely on all those weapons? Do you have no other techniques, right? And Mackie's like, I get it. Gas wants to beat Granola with his own strength. Gas, so we learned that, Gas is actually purposely choosing not to use the other techniques he got by becoming the strongest in the universe. Because Gas, there's a little bit of pride here for Gas. Remember, Gas wants, revenge for what happened 40 years ago on Planet Cereal. He doesn't want to fail this time. So, Gas, it wants to win this with his own power. He doesn't want to just rely on the power he got from the Dragon Balls. Mackie's says it ain't that Gas can't wield his power. He just is, choosing not to. So Granola then says it goes for a right hand. He says, if this is all you got, then you're done for. But we see Gas is able to stop Granola's, attack in place, and he hits Granola with a huge ki blast that sends Granola flying back. And then Granola says, I knew it. You were holding back your newfound strength. And you can see that Gas is annoyed that he had to use that power. And Gas says, I consider this a failure on my part. I had hoped to kill you with the technique I've owned. So we see Granola fires off some ki blasts at Gas, but for the most part, they have no impact. Gas appears right in front of Granola using instant teleportation. So we see both Gas and Granola using one of Goku's signature moves. So Gas says, any abilities you have gained are now mine as well, and he hits Granola with a huge kick to the gut. Gas says, my power is far superior to yours. And we see that Gas actually uses a version of Hakai. Vegeta even says, that looked like destruction. And Goku says, well, it looked like he never even needed those extra weapons. So, but we see Granola is still fine. He rips his vest out, and he's like, I never thought taking you down would actually be that easy. So, well, go on. What can the universe's strongest muster? I still got plenty of fight left in me. So we see Granola using instant transmission to try to get Gas from behind. Gas blocks it pretty easily. So we see then it basically turns into a battle of instant transmission. Granola uses instant transmission to land a couple of punches and kicks on Gas, but Gas starts using the technique as well. And Goku is annoyed. Goku's like, are they for real? They're both using instant teleportation like it's nothing, and I struggled so hard to learn that move. Remember, both Granola and Gas got this technique because of the wish. Goku had to train to get that move. So you could see why Goku would be a little bit annoyed. So we see that at the moment here, as we reach the end of this chapter, Granola actually has a little bit of an advantage because he knows how to use instant teleportation a little bit better than Gas. Granola's had access to this technique a little bit longer than Gas did. He had it before Gas ever had the technique. So we see Vegeta comments, Gas still isn't familiar with that move. He boasts his speed and power, yes, but have you ever seen instant teleportation used so sloppily? Goku says, you're right. It is a little bit odd to see Vegeta commenting on Goku's signature move, but remember, Vegeta has also used the move as well. He used the move in the Moral Arc. So Vegeta comments that Granola still has a chance. So we head into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 80. And we see that the battle is continuing to unfold. We see Gas power up, and he says, I'll figure out that move soon enough. And we see Gas goes flying at Granola with a right hand, but Granola is able to dodge out of the way pretty easily. And we see this is a very intense battle between two of the universe strongest, arguably the two strongest in Universe 7 at this moment. So we see Gas tries to hit Granola with a kick. Granola dodges it, and Granola uses telekinesis and some rocks to destroy the area. This is very similar to what we saw Vegeta did at the beginning of his battle with Granola. So we're seeing, Granola is learning. He's using stuff that we've seen Vegeta use already. So we see Granola hits Gas with an attack that sends him flying back. So Oil comments that Gas might be stronger, but he's losing in the skills department. Dang, guess those Dragon Balls ain't all that after all. But Maki's like Gas won't let it end like this. So even though Gas is stronger, Granola has more mastery of the techniques, right? So until Gas can master some of these skills better, Granola's gonna have the advantage. So we see the two continue to clash, and Gas comments, I can now track your every move. And Vegeta's like, damn, Granola's wasting too much time because Gas is now getting used to all of Granola's, techniques. Vegeta says that Granola allowed Gas to grow accustomed to these new moves and techniques. We see Gas hit Granola with a huge uppercut that sends him flying in the air, and Gas then comments, I won't lose sight of you again. But we see Granola's not done yet. Granola makes an after image or a copy of himself, right? Remember, we know that Granola can make clones of himself. That was part of the way he was able to defeat Goku earlier. Granola makes a clone of himself and is able to hold Gas back, right? So we see Granola makes a bunch of clones of himself, and then he just starts firing tons of rapid fire ki blasts at every direction at Gas. So But still, we see Gas is not done yet. Gas starts wiping out the clones one by one, and Gas is able to figure out that making clones splits your power, and he calls it idiotic. So then, all of a sudden, we see Gas do this beautiful like Springer flit beam attack where he's able to wipe out almost all of Gas's clones in one fair swoop. But then we see that the real Granola appears, and he's not done yet. Granola then comments that he was just waiting for this perfect opening. And remember, Gas is caught off guard because he's wiping out all the clones. Well, so now he's wide open, and we see Granola hit Gas head on with a huge ki blast in the abdomen, and Gas goes flying across the battlefield, all the way to the point where we see Gas go underwater, and we see Maki and Oil, they go after their brother. So Vegeta comments, he's like, Goku asks what's wrong with Granola, because you can see Granola looks absolutely exhausted. And Vegeta says that any damage taken by the clones is felt by his real body. That final ploy was a sacrificial one. So remember, when Goku was fighting Granola's clone earlier, Goku damaged that clone. Goku defeated that clone pretty much, right? So when Granola was fighting Vegeta, he wasn't near full power, And, that allowed Vegeta to actually get more damage on Granola, even though he kind of lost at the end of the day. Either way, let's get back into it. So we see Monito is coming in to try to heal Granola, but Granola says he needs to stay back, right? So they're checking up on Alec, who has taken, or they're checking up on Gas, who's taken up a lot of damage. But we see that Alec has now arrived on the battlefield. He tells Gas, like, this is not like you. What's going on? And even though, Gas is struggling at the moment, Alec is not concerned at all. Alec says Gas is undeniably the strongest fighter in the universe now, and it's by a huge margin, in fact. And then we see that, Gas takes this necklace off of Gas's forehead, right? And at first you would just think that it's it's just a appearance thing, but we learn like this headband that Gas and the other Heater clan members are using. It's actually something to keep their power in check, to keep them from unleashing their inner nature, right? Alec comments, there's no point in being the strongest in the universe when all that precious power is being sealed away. I know you can stand it now, so liberate that inner nature. And then Oil comments is, this didn't turn out so good 40 years ago. But Alec is confident that, Gas can handle this power now. All of a sudden, we see Alec then say, endure it, Gas. You're not the same person you were back then 40 years ago. We also see, I need to put my phone in charge. We also see a big appearance change in Gas. Gas's clothes completely ripped to shreds. He becomes shredded. His pupils are gone, and all of a sudden he has these huge tusks coming out of his forehead. And we could see that he's turned basically into this berserk monster, right? And he has become a lot more powerful. So Monito remembers what this looks like. Monito says, that look, I saw it with my own eyes 40 years ago. When Bardock had Gas on the ropes, he lost himself and turned into that, which Goku, Vegeta, and Granola are shocked to hear. So they believe this has to be Gas's last resort. So Gas comes flying at Granola, and Granola at first is able to dodge, but but Gas is able to grab Granola by the foot and just slams him on the battlefield. This is very similar to what Broly did to Goku in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, right? Or what Hulk did to Loki in the first Avengers movie. So we see Gas then just throws Granola into the forest, and Granola is taking a lot of damage, but Gas is just completely unhinged and is not, just will not stop. He grabs Granola by the head and smashes him into the ground, and actually he smashes him underground. So we see Gas is just destroying Granola, taking him all over the planet. We see Goku and Vegeta. They see where Gas originally took Granola down under, but all of a sudden they look behind them and they see that now that Gas and Granola are fighting behind them, and Granola is just in a very, very bad place. This is not looking good for him. But we see Mackie comment that Granola's lost his mind. Or that Gas has lost his mind. He has absolutely no control over himself. Even though Gas is winning, right? He's lost his mind. He's gone berserk. We see then Gas just destroying Granola with punches left and right, and there's nothing Granola can do, to stop the attack. And Goku comments like, "This is nuts. There's no way Granola's gonna last much longer." And Vegeta asks, how in the world did Bardock defeat Gas when he was like that? But Monito says that he was unconscious and that he doesn't remember. So Monito can't help in that regard. But Mackie comments, destroying stuff is great and all, but don't let the urge take over. Come back to your senses. So Mackie and Oil are trying to, calm Gas down a little bit. But then we see that Gas actually goes right after his siblings. He goes right after Mackie and Oil and sends them flying. And we see Alec comes back, and Oil first says that nope, he's lost his freaking mind. Mackie asks, what now? Gas is gonna wreck himself. Alec's like, it's fine. The universe's strongest warrior should have greater control over his own power than any other. Now we see freaking Gas fly all the way across the planet to where Vegeta, Goku, and Monito are, and he goes right after Vegeta, and hits Vegeta square on in the gut. And there's nothing that Vegeta can do to really counter, and Vegeta's close to death. Goku then flies in to save his friend, and he goes after Gas, and we see Goku fires off a left hand, which Gas is able to block very easily, but all of a sudden Gas's PTSD comes in, and right then we get a flashback to the battle with Bardock, and we see Bardock, who has an aura around him, firing off almost the same left hand punch that Goku is at this moment. And we also see from Gas's perspective, Bardock throwing a ki blast at Gas, and that's how Gas was defeated. So we actually see that, because Gas's PTSD comes into play, Gas gets thrown back, and Goku's like, wait, what? There's no way that punch should have had any impact, really. And we see now all of a sudden, Gas is going to like an emotional crisis, right? He has no control over himself. But Alec is still confident, and he comes down to the battlefield again, and he's like, go on, Gas, remember, you swore to never lose again, right? All of a sudden we see Gas transform once again. He's still in his adult form, right? And he almost has the same exact look. The only real difference is that he looks completely healed. He has new clothes and everything, and he has those tucks still coming from his forehead. So basically, Gas has learned how to control that berserk power. So here we have the strongest version of Gas we've seen so far. So you could call this Gas the strongest in the universe, berserk power controlled, really. I know that's a long name, but that's pretty much what's going on here. So Alec's like, my little brother is the strongest in the universe for real now. Go on, Gas, annihilate those who stand in our way. And Gas nods in acknowledgement. Moving on to chapter 81. We head on and we see You know, Gas wastes no time going after Goku and Vegeta. He legit just stares at them, and all of a sudden Goku and Vegeta's bodies get very, very heavy, right? Where they cannot move at all. And Vegeta comments that it looks like Gas has hit them with some kind of spell, and that if they don't keep it together, they'll be crushed by his sheer power. You know? And then Elliot comments, end them. So, Elliot gets the command, kill them, end this. But when we see Granola, he is still, conscious, and he goes after Ellic. He wants to kill Ellic for what Ellic did to his mom. And that Granola's like, I won't stand for what you've done. But all of a sudden, Gas uses instant teleportation on Granola, which is something we've never really seen before. So he just points at Granola and teleports him to like a mountain. And Elwick then says, didn't anyone teach you not to throw punches at your employer? That's just bad manners. Granola is angry. He's like, you murdered my mother. And Elwick doesn't care at all. Elwick just goes full on into a complete dick mode. And he's like, let's get one thing straight. I decided to let you live, Granola. And not just my mother, and not for you. Nobody on this planet would have had to die, right? As Granola says. Granola then points an attack straight at Ellic, right? And we know Ellic's not a fighter, so Granola could actually kill Ellic pretty easily. The only problem is that Gas is on the battlefield. So Ellic says, you've got quite the nasty attitude, considering you owe me your life. You realize we could have killed you at any point, right? Even now. And we see right at that moment, Gas appears in front of Granola and breaks his arms. Absolutely snaps them in half. Then we see Gas actually shoot Granola's eyes out. So now not only does Granola have broken arms, but he can't see as well. Then he lands right on Ellic, and Ellic says, I gotta thank you for all those jobs you did for us. Here, if nothing else, you get to die the same way your mommy did. See you, Granola. And Ellic shoots Granola right in the chest, almost the exact same way Ellic killed Granola's mom. Goku, Vegeta, and Monito are in complete shock, and there's really nothing that they can do. Granola falls into the river, and he is gone, at least for now. Ellic is happy that, Granola has finally been taken out. And, Ellic even turns to Gas. He's like, I'm sorry that, I kind of took your moment from you. And Gas says, I was no longer interested in him. I was no longer interested in him anyway. So Goku is annoyed, and Goku's like, how could they? But there's really nothing that he could do. But at that moment, we see Vegeta give Goku his energy. Very similar to what he did at the end of the Tournament of Power in the anime when Goku was fighting Jiren. So Vegeta gives Goku the last of his energy. And he tells Goku to use it wisely. He says, you can still fight, so do something about that scumbag. And Gas says, Ellic, I felt conflicted earlier, but in the end, it was indeed necessary that I become the universe's greatest warrior. I am grateful that you made the wish, right? And Ellic says, hey, enough with that, man. I'll do anything for my little brother. Besides, your job doesn't end here. We can't afford to waste any more time. So now that Granola is out of the picture, go kill Goku and the others. So we see Goku isn't Super Saiyan Blue. He still does not have enough stamina to go back into Ultra Instinct, and he goes right after Gas. We see that Goku is actually using Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan Blue form. You can just tell by his style. So we see Goku goes after Gas, and he lands a kick, but it only sends Gas back. It doesn't really have much of an impact. And first Gas congratulates Goku for breaking free of his spell, right? We can see that Goku is very angry here. You can see the veins, you can see the angry expression on his face, but he calms himself down. Goku says in a very calming manner that he has no reason to fight Gas, and he asks if they could leave the planet already. And Gas notices Goku's calm and collected nature. He's like, no rage over the death of your friend, and Goku says, oh, I'm mad, but anger is an emotion that messes with my special move. Because we all know with Ultra Instinct, you must stay calm and collected, right? So that your body can react on its own, or at least we think. More on that a little bit later. But Alec then comments that now that you know our plan, we can't let you live, and so begging for your life won't work, Saiyan. So the battle between Gas and Goku starts, and we see Gas throws like a spear wall or like a spike wall right on Goku. Goku is barely able to dodge. And we see Gas does it again from the sides, right? He fires off two different like spike walls at Goku. Goku is barely, it takes all of Goku's strength just to keep himself from getting crushed by them. So Goku's able to escape, but then Gas creates a bunch of spike walls and fires them all off Goku, but Goku does the best he can to dodge them all. Then we see Goku is throwing them, destroying the spike walls however he can. And like I said, this is just a testament of how good Goku is at fighting defensively. Goku's at his best when he's fighting in a defensive manner. So we see Gas then takes ruins from the old city, right, from Granola's old city, and then we also see there's trains and little subways, right? So he starts firing pieces of buildings at Goku. Goku continues to dodge them all pretty well. It's actually very impressive to see how Goku is able to dodge all these attacks. But all of a sudden, Goku gets hit by a train. He gets hit by a train, which is absolutely wild to see. Mackie comments that Gas can send super huge things flying now. Love to see it. So you can see Gas's powers are very, very impressive here. So Gas says, "Thank you for humoring me with my toys and tools. I wanted to test my power. I wasn't expecting any of this to kill you." And Gas says, "Well, go on, show me the extent of your strength as the son of that vexing Saiyan." Because Gas, of course, is talking about Bardock, of course. So Goku attacks Gas with some punches, but Gas is able to, block and dodge everything very easily. Gas hits Goku in the stomach with a punch, but Goku's not done yet. He still continues to try to fire off some lefts and rights, but Gas is able to catch Goku by the neck. And Gas is comment saying that he doesn't see a hint of fire in his eyes because he remembers his fight with Bardock, and that whole time, even when Bardock was struggling, Bardock had this raging fire, in his eyes, and he was gonna let nothing stop him from, taking down Gas. So we see Goku still doing his best to dodge Gas's attacks. He's able to throw Gas off of him. Goku goes for a ki blast on Gas, but Goku then gets hit with another train. So Gas says, "When it comes to combat, your father's fierce resolve was like no other, but I don't sense that. I don't sense that from you at all." Goku continues to try to hit Gas with attacks, but all he ends up hitting is the side of one of the trains. And Gas asks Goku, "Are you truly his son?" And Goku says, "I hit my head when I was little, and I lost all my memories up to that point. So I don't remember anything about my dad or the other Saiyans." So Gas responds, "That explains it. You cannot comprehend who you really are then, and I can never fall to one such as you." So we see then Gas sends one of the trains into a river, right? And we see, Goku struggling to breathe down there because he doesn't have his stamina at full strength. So Gas then comments that the inability to breathe causes you pain. What a frail species. And Gas then says, "What about I just, make you suffocate, right? How pathetic a death would that be?" Goku does everything he can to try to get to Gas. But Gas says, me killing you in this manner would not satisfy me either. So Goku fires off a ki blast at Gas, but Gas catches the ki blast and throws it right at Goku, which causes a huge explosion where water actually lands on Mackie and Oil as well. Alec is a little bit annoyed because of how long it's taking Gas to take care of Goku and Vegeta. So Goku's like, how does he beat this guy? He has no idea. And Gas, but then when Goku looks up at Gas, he sees that Gas doesn't look at him. Gas is looking at something on the side. Gas says, I see now. That explains how you people keep recovering after enough time has passed. And we see that Monito was able to get Granola out of the river, and that Granola is still alive. You know, he's in bad shape. He just got shot in the chest. He also has his eyes shut out. He also has his arms broken. But Granola is in fact still alive. And Gaston sees that the reason why Goku, Vegeta, and Granola are still alive is because Monito keeps healing them whenever he gets the chance. So Gas is like, I gotta take out this annoyance in Monito. So Gas goes flying at Monito, right? But Goku is barely able to get there in time, and he actually uses instant transmission to teleport him and Gas off of the planet, right? So then we pan over to Jacko, who is on some kind of vegetable planet, right? You know, he looks like he's doing a little bit of shopping, and all of a sudden Goku and Gas appear right in front of him. And Goku is happy to see Jacko. Jacko is shocked to see Goku, and Goku thanks Jacko, for being on a nearby planet. Gas gets up and he's like, where are we? And Goku's like, heck if I know, but what I can say is that you'll never be able to make it here with your version of instant teleportation. So Goku's like, you may be stronger than me, but I definitely have a stronger version of instant transmission. Like I've mastered this move, up to the point where I can use it better than anybody in the universe. So Gas says, you still believe a technique of yours is superior to my own? And Goku's like, sure I do. I've been using that move for years and years. It's just not a simple one to master. So we see Gas comes flying at Goku, and Goku is basically just playing pure defense at this point. Gas is stronger, but Goku's just really trying to buy some time. And Goku's like, can you follow me wherever I go? And we see Goku instant transmits himself off the planet, and Gas says, don't underestimate my power. And we see Jacko's like, sheesh, that idiot already found another bad guy to fight. Gas knows, or Jacko knows, Goku just loves fighting people. So, and we see that Goku, the shockwaves of Goku and Gas's battle caused the entire city to be a mess. And Jacko says, I'm going to pretend I didn't see anything, so that he doesn't have to report it to the rest of the Galactic Patrol. So we're back to Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 82. We see other members of the Galactic Patrol. They're on some planet playing with some satellites. We see Goku instant teleports himself there. So Goku is just basically using instant transmission and teleporting himself to nearby planets to energy signatures he recognizes, right? So Goku can recognize energy signatures very easily. So of course he recognizes the energy signatures of most of the Galactic Patrol. So we see, really for the most part, Goku is just playing pure defense, blocking all of Gas's attacks. He uses instant transmission again, and the next place they go is this planet where we see the announcer from the Universe 6, Universe 7 tournament arc. So we haven't seen this guy in forever, What was that, Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter, like 20 or something? I don't even know. 15, 20, like, golly, it's been forever since we've seen these guys. So we see their battle continues. Goku is continuing the fight defensively. He then teleports himself to Monaka's planet. And we see that as they get on there, Gas says, you cannot escape me. But he doesn't see that he's about to get hit by a truck of just disgusting dirt and smelly shit. And Monaka has no idea what's going on. And Goku says that's what you get for using instant teleportation so recklessly. And Goku tells Gas to go clean up in the river, and then we can go back to fighting after that. But Gas is like, silence, because Goku's kind of just joking around, even though this is like a life or death battle. Then we see the next place they go, they end up on the Galactic Patrol headquarters, where they end up in the bathroom of the Galactic King. And we see that Gas lands in the Galactic King's bath, right? And Goku comments like, there you go, a perfect time for a bath. We go back to planet Cereal for a second. We see Monito's trying to heal Granola. And they're not sure where they went, but Vegeta can tell that Goku is, trying to buy time, jumping from planet to planet. So Alec tells Oil to go get, let us know where Gas is, what planet Gas is on, by using the tracker in his communications device. So now they're back at the Galactic Prison, right, where all the Galactic prisoners are, and we see Gas hits Goku with a kick that sends him flying into one of the prison cells. And we see, the Galactic Patrol members are shocked to see Goku just fighting some random guy in the Galactic Prison. So Gas has said enough of, stop leaping from one location to another. Goku's like, are you ready to admit that I'm better than you at instant teleportation? And Gas is like, why are you still going on about that? So we see some of the Galactic prisoners, they actually recognize, Gas. They notice how he has gotten a lot bigger, but they do recognize Gas. And I think the big Puma guy, I think his name is Pumbaa, could be his name, but we see the giant panda guy. He's like, he talks about how, the last time they met up with Gas, he was so scared that he wet himself. So these next couple pages, they just make a joke about Gas's urination, right? And Gas actually admits that he did wet himself, so I even reading this now, I don't know why. This is just like comedic relief. This is just hilarious, And Goku gets in on the joke as well. Goku's like, well, dang, you really did wet yourself. So anyway, we go back to Planet Cereal, and Mackie and Oil have a read on Gas's location, and they can see that they're in the Galactic Prison, but they're even warping farther and farther away. So then they teleport to another planet, right? And these were the people that helped Goku get the direction of where Earth was back in the Moro arc. When Goku was traveling back to Earth, the fight Moro, he was using Mirror's spaceship and had no idea where to go. And these aliens on this planet helped him get there. So Goku asks Gas, like, hey, if you're stronger than your big brother, why do you let him control you? Like, you're strong enough to make your own choices, but and Alec is Gas says, I was once the weakest among us heaters, but Alec raised me to this level, and I would do anything for him. But Goku's like, are you sure about that? How far can you really trust Alec? And Goku mentions how his own brother Raditz tried to kill him way back at the beginning of DBZ. So Goku gives Gas some advice and tells him to watch his back. So Alec comments like, for right now, let's clean up the rest of the trash, right? Let's take care of Vegeta and Monito and Granola while Goku and Gas are on different planets, because Gas should be able to handle himself since he is the strongest in the universe. So Granola, Monito is still trying to, heal Granola, and Mackie and Oil are slowly making their way towards Monito. We see Gas fires off a huge ki blast at Goku, and Goku's barely holding it, but Goku, right at the last second, is able to use instant transmission again. This time he's on another Galactic Patrol ship, and we see another Galactic Patrol member recognizes Goku, and Goku's like, I can't keep playing defense for much longer. He's trying to buy time, but he's like, this can't last forever. So we then see Goku then recognizes an energy signature again, and this time we go on some dinosaur planet, right? And we see Whis and the Oracle Fist are relaxing, just eating dessert, and we see Goku teleports himself over there. Goku is happy to see Whis, right? And he says, lucky for me, you're hanging out here. Whis says, why have you come to me? And Gas asks, who is this? Goku's like, my master, who happens to be an angel. And Gas is like, what? So Goku's like, sorry Whis, but can I leave this guy with you for a minute? And Whis is like, what? And then Goku says, see ya, Gas. And he uses instant transmission to quickly teleport himself all the way back to planet Cereal. Gas can't do that. Gas was just following Goku's energy the whole time. So Goku was just following energy signatures that he recognizes. So Goku, in a matter of seconds, is able to get all the way back to planet Cereal, while Gas can't get there. So we see Goku gets back to planet Cereal, and right as Oil and Maki are about to attack Monito, they stop because they see Goku, and they're shocked to see Goku back, but they don't. But they're shocked that Gas hasn't followed them back as well. So Gas is like, where did he go? And Whis is like, if you must know, Goku's returned to planet Cereal, but it's too great for you to warp there directly. So Gas asks, which way is planet Cereal? And Whis is like, it's in that direction. And we see Gas fly off the planet in a blaze of anger at a frightening pace, and he starts flying back towards planet Cereal. So then we see Goku gets a hold of Granola, and Goku's like, Gas will be back soon, but I brought us some time. Let's try to get to safety. And he knows that Maki, Oil, and Elec aren't going to be able to do anything to them, so they're going to try to take advantage of this moment while they have it. So we see that Oatmeal pulls up in like some kind of like speed car or whatever, like flying car, right? And he's like, everybody get in, we'll take some shelter at Monito's house. And Goku comments, you can turn into a robot too. That's pretty cool. So we see like Oatmeal can do a lot here, right? So Maki is like, should we unleash our inner natures to fight them? And I was like, don't be stupid. You two could never beat that Saiyan. We'll retreat for now and wait for Gas to get back. So we see as they're heading back towards Monito's house, Monito's trying to heal Granola. We see that Goku starts getting a call, and we see that it's from Whis. And Goku's like, where did this come from, right? He's like, where did this come from? Like, where did this come from? And I lost my place for a sec. There we are. So we see that Whis was able to plant some kind of communication device on Goku, right? And Goku says, or Whis says, I must say I can't abide you interrupting my dessert time. Goku's like, sorry, but you were just the right distance away, and I knew Gas would have to behave himself in front of you. So Whis asks, speaking of Gas, he's hurtling towards you at breakneck speed. And Goku is shocked to learn that Gas can fly through space, because of course Goku can't. And they said that Gas should arrive back on planet Cereal in about 20-something minutes. And Monito says, that's not enough time for me to heal Granola. But so then Whis asks Goku, has your training borne fruit yet? And Goku's still saying he's having a lot of trouble with Ultra Instinct, right? And Goku says, I just can't keep my heart calm the way you do all the time, Whis. And Whis says, that's understandable because I'm an angel. I'm a whole different life form than you. Whis then asks, how many times must I tell you? It's up to you to discover your own version of Ultra Instinct. Listen to the voice inside you and ask yourself, what are you deep down? And Goku's like, what am I? Then Monito's like, hey, son of Bardock, there's something I should tell you. And I love how Monito just calls, Goku by son of Bardock. He doesn't call him by his actual name. But anyway, they get back over to Monito's house. They lay Granola on a bed while Monito's still hoping to heal him. And then we see Monito comes out with a scouter. And we learn that it was a scouter that was left behind by Bardock himself, and that it belongs now to Goku by all rights. And Goku's shocked to see that, this scouter was his dad's. Vegeta then takes the scouter from Goku, and he tries to activate it because Goku's never used the scouter, but Vegeta says that it's broken, right? But Vegeta says that even though the scouter is broken, there's some evidence of some saved audio data. So Monito says, even though I've had it for 40 years, I can never get it to play. And Goku asks, what kind of data is it? Monito says it should be a recording of the fight against Gas, and maybe we can use that, or maybe we can figure out how Bardock won that battle if we can get it to work. But Vegeta says, Bulma could repair it, but of course she's not there. But Oatmeal comes out of nowhere and he says, I can access the audio and play it through my speakers. So we see once again Gas is flying back towards Planet Cereal. And we see that Oatmeal is currently trying to fix the scouter. So all of a sudden, Oatmeal connects some kind of like device to the scouter and plugs it into himself. And all of a sudden, we hear the audio data of the battle between Bardock and Gas being played through the speakers, right? And Monito recognizes that was Bardock's voice, and we see some of the audio. As Goku hears Bardock's voice, something wild happens. Goku starts remembering, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. And if you saw Dragon Ball Super Broly, Goku is now remembering the memories of his parents. Because remember, Goku lost his memory when he was a kid. He has memories of his parents, but because he fell on his head as a kid, those memories were suppressed. Now, hearing his father's voice for the first time, he's remembering his father's voice and remembering the moments he had with his parents before he came to Earth. So then we go back into the past and we see the battle between Bardock and Gas. And we see at first, Bardock's having success. He's able to hit Gas with a huge forearm, right? And we see that Gas comments that, this guy is a powerful fighter, even though he's a low-class Saiyan. So we see Gas throws a key ball at Bardock. Bardock swipes it out of the way. Bardock hits Gas with an uppercut, hits him with a left hand, and also hits him with a kick to the ground. And Bardock comments that that move had to have some kind of impact. We see then Bardock tell Monito, hey, I'll slow Gas down, but you guys have to stay alive. Get out of here, so you don't disrupt my battle. We see Gas then comes back, but Gas has no damage on him. Even though Bardock fired off some fierce attacks, Gas is still, intact. He's fine with almost no damage on him. So Gas then says, I'm going to end this now. I cannot afford to have Alec lose faith in me. Not here. And he ordered me to handle this without delay. So moving on into chapter 83. We see the battle between Bardock and Gas intensifies. And we see now Gas, using key weapons, his signature move. Monito says, Bardock, we'll take what fate hands us. Thank you for what you've done. But if it's our fate if it's fate for our lives to end here, then so be it. And Bardock's like, what? That's crazy. Gaston says, I should mention you could flee right now, but the Saints aren't fated to last much longer anyway. And Bardock says, what's that supposed to mean? And Gas says, oh, nothing much. That's something I heard from Alec. Clearly, this is in reference to the plans that Frieza has to destroy the Saiyans. So Bardock says, it's you and your gang who've got no future. So he throws a ki blast at Gas, but Gas is able to block it very easily. And Gas then hits Bardock directly on the head with a mace ball, a spike ball. But Bardock, even though it hurts, he's able to fling Gas off of him. Gas then tells Monito, listen closely, this is my fight now. You two are in the way, so you gotta get out of here. So Bardock goes back to fighting Gas, but Gas says, your puny attacks mean nothing on me. So then we see Gas actually start to unleash some of his inner nature again, like we saw him do against Granola earlier. Gas says, I cannot afford to waste more time on you, so if you don't mind, I'm going to unleash a bit of my inner nature. So we see those tusks on his forehead appear once again. But at this point, Gas still has control over himself. So we go back. Monito goes back to his hut, right? So we see Monito go back to his hut. And Monito says, using the Dragon Balls for our own benefit is forbidden, but it should be okay if my wish helps someone from another planet. So we see Bardock is now starting to struggle with Gas. Gas is overwhelming him now that he's unleashing his inner nature, right? And Bardock says, so your kind can adjust their power levels, huh? But Gas says, oh, this is far from the full extent of the power slumbering within me. I suppose you've lost the will to fight back. And you also gotta remember here that this battle takes place 40 years in the past, way before Goku fights Vegeta or the battle on Namek or anything like that. So the power levels are a lot different here. The only thing we can really assume is that Gas and Elec are not stronger than Frieza, right? But anyway, so Gas says, I suppose you've lost the will to fight back now. But Bardock says, you wish. Nothing gets my blood pumping like a powerful foe. Foe. Then we see Gas hits Bardock in the gut with a huge kick and a sledgehammer that sends him into a mountain. But Bardock continues the fight back. Then all of a sudden we see Tornado appear. Once again, we see that Monito has summoned the dragon. And Tornado tells Monito to state his wish, right? So first, Monito's first wish is for Bardock to be sent back to his home planet, right? And then we see Gas has the full advantage, of the fight, and he's just throwing Bardock around left and right. So we see Tornado actually gets in Bardock's ear, and he's like, hear me, Bardock. It is Monito's wish that I should transport you home to planet Vegeta. And Bardock's like, what the hell is going on? Like, what's this voice in my head? And Tornado says, I'm the wish granting dragon known as Tornado. And then we see Gas is like, who the hell is Bardock talking to? And then he notices Gas notices Tornado in the sky. But remember, at this point, the Hero Clan have no idea about the Dragon Balls. They just see some weird dragon in the sky. So Tornado then communicates to Monito that that Bardock has refused to go back to his home planet. And we see Bardock says a Saiyan would rather die than run from an enemy. So we see Bardock then goes to hit Gas with an uppercut, but Gas is able to block it pretty easily. Gas then hits Bardock in the air once again, and you can see Bardock is struggling. Now this time, Monito gets in contact with Bardock, and Bardock says, I wish you wouldn't put voices in my head. And Monito says, you showed real moral fiber saving us back then, and that was more than enough. I've got no doubt that the kindness in your heart is going to save someone else someday, but that's why you need to live. But Bardock says, sorry, but I don't take orders from anyone, and I'm not leaving this place until I've beaten him. And Monito wants to show, Bardock to see reason, but of course, Bardock is a Saiyan. Bardock's the definition of a prideful Saiyan, and he refuses to stand down from anybody. So then Monito asks Bardock, like, all right, fine, but what could I wish for you? And Bardock's like, what's this all about wishes anyway? Are you wishing on like a shooting star? Because Bardock has no idea what Dragon Balls are. But Bardock then says, sure. Anyway, I wish that my sons end up thriving, right? Which he talks about Goku and Raditz. So that's a big wish. It's a big wish that kind of changes how you look at Goku and Raditz's upbringing, right? It's almost like the wish that Bardock made is responsible for Goku and Raditz surviving as kids and some of the things they faced, like Goku coming to Earth. But we can talk about that another time. This is just what the story tells us. Bardock makes a wish where he asks the dragon to allow his sons to end up thriving. So Oil comments how it looks like this is really dragging on. Has Gas met his match? But then Maki notices the big glow from over there, which of course that's where the Dragon Balls were used, right? And all of a sudden they see the big the Dragon Balls shooting across the planet, but of course they don't know what Dragon Balls are at this point. To them it just looks like a shooting star. And Oil comments, I wish for tasty food, I wish for tasty food. And Mackie's like, quit it, idiot. Those probably aren't shooting stars. But Alex says he's curious about it, and he plans to investigate what's going on over there. And he tells Oil and Mackie to get things ready for Frieza's departure, or for Frieza's arrival, sorry. So Monito says, yeah, he has the right idea. A wish is a way to create hope for the future. Selfish wishes can only bring about doom, and I was about to make a grave mistake. And Monito looks over at Granola, who's, passed out, and he's like, I'm meant to protect what hope we've got left with all I've got. So back to the battle between Gas and Bardock. Gas throws some Ki Blast. Gas throws Ki Blast at Bardock. Bardock is able to, they hit him head on. We see Bardock then hits a tree, and then he gets tons of Ki Blasts that come at him at once. You can also see that Gas is just getting annoyed more the longer this battle unfolds. And we see Gas then says, you overstayed your welcome. We see Gas grab Bardock by the tail, which we all know for some Saiyans, the tail is actually a Saiyan's weakness. And he grabs Bardock by the tail and then starts throwing him around. Then we actually see Gas actually rips Bardock's tail off and sends him flying into another mountain. And Gas says, no more giant ape form for you now. And now it's all over. So Gas prepares another Ki Spear, and he's ready to fire it at Bardock. And it looks like Bardock has met his match. But then right at that moment, Monito appears on the battlefield once again, and it strikes Monito right in the shoulder. And Bardock's like, Monito, what are you doing? And Monito says, sorry about before, but now I'm ready to protect Granola no matter what. So do me a favor and win this one for us, Bardock. And Gas gets annoyed that at every turn, they keep things that keep happening that's disrupting, his battle. Gas just wants to take Bardock out and be done with it. So now we see Gas fully unleash his nature, right? He fully unleashes himself, he transforms, and he goes right after Monito. Right after him. And this is very similar to what we saw earlier. The only difference here is that Gas is a little bit shorter at this point, because remember, Gas is short at this point in the timeline. He's not tall like he was now in present day. So we see Gas goes after Monito, but Bardock saves Monito right in time. But Monito then goes flying into a mountain and he falls unconscious. Gas then grabs Bardock by the neck and starts choking him. And Gas then says, the Namekian you sought to protect is gone, and soon I will track down and kill the child. As you die, know that you failed to protect anyone. Bardock then says, that's not your call to make, and I'm not dying before I've beaten you. And using his right hand, he makes a Ki explosion to create some separation between him and Gas. Bardock then hits Gas with a left hand, and we can see that Bardock's actually having some success now against Gas all of a sudden. Something's happened here to Bardock. So now we see then we see Gas asks, what do you hope to achieve? Why fight a battle you cannot win? Is this atonement as you face death? Are you atoning for the sins of all Saiyans by protecting the child? Bardock says no. Gas then says, is this revenge then? Giving into your rage over us killing the Namekian and the Cerulean woman? Bardock says, wrong again. Then Gas says, then why? Why fight? What is it running through your skull as you do battle? Then we see Bardock power up. Right, Bardock has an aura around him. He does not transform into a Super Saiyan, but he transforms into something. Some people call this a false Super Saiyan or whatever, but Bardock does power up. And Gas, he stops Gas's punch with his own hand, and he's like, isn't it obvious? In a life and death battle, what sort of idiot would think about anything else besides victory? And then he hits Gas with a huge punch to the ribcage. And we see Bardock says, when I fight when there's an enemy I want to beat down, and there's nothing more to it. And Gas says you Saiyans have had no ascended states beside the Great Ape, right? This was, of course, before the era of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods and Ultra Instinct and whatever. Bardock then says, "You're ignorant and that's my fault? Nah. We Saiyans have a way of growing every time we do battle and we push past our limits." Gas says that that's absurd. I represent a limit that no Saiyan can surpass. So then Gas is just losing his mind once again, right? Just absolutely losing himself. And then we see that Bardock hits Gas with a huge kick down to the abdomen, huge kick in the gut. And we see that Ellic is on a nearby mountain watching the battle as well. And we see Ellic is annoyed that Gas went and let his inner nature loose. Then we see, Bardock is ready to end the battle, and he throws a giant ki blast at Gas, and we see that Gas is defeated. He reverts back to his normal form, and he is unconscious. Bardock has won. Bardock has defeated Gas. Bardock then collapses out of pure just being exhausted, and Ellic then arrives on the battlefield, and he's like, "I didn't think you'll lose control after unleashing yourself. It's a real shame, but we'll have to double down on trading." Ellic is surprised that Bardock is still alive, and Bardock then asks, "I thought you were loyal to Frieza." Ellic says, "When it comes to business, there's the hand you show and the hand you don't. Speaking of, your kind doesn't even know what Frieza is really planning, right?" Bardock is shocked to hear this. And Ellic says, "You Saiyans are such gullible saps. While you're in the days playing catch up, don't be surprised if a meteor drops on your head." So clearly, Ellic is making reference to the point that Frieza actually plans to drop a meteor on planet Vegeta. He plans to destroy planet Vegeta. And we all know this battle takes place not too long before Frieza destroys planet Vegeta. We don't have a concrete estimate, but we know not too much time has passed. Or not too much time. This takes place not too much time before that climactic event in the Dragon Ball timeline. Bardock asks Ellic to explain what you mean, and Ellic says, "Well, what do you like to know about that?" But he doesn't. Ellic decides to pull out his gun, and he shoots Bardock. But he doesn't kill Bardock, he gets Bardock in the shoulder, and we see Bardock fall down the mountain down below. Then we see Ellic can't see where Bardock is to finish him off, but either way, Mackie calls Ellic saying Frieza's ship is incoming, so get ready so they can greet him. And it doesn't even matter because Ellic believes that Bardock's already on the verge of death anyway. So then we see, Bardock is in fact still alive. He's injured and exhausted, but alive. And we see Monito. Monito is still alive as well. Monito finds Bardock and is happy to see that he's, alive and well. Monito says it takes more than that to put in the Namekian down. Bardock says, "You don't say." "Good. I take it the Cerulean kid is okay too?" "Yep." And Monito said, "Yep, he is." And those thugs left us for dead and headed off. You won the battle, Bardock. So we learned how Bardock defeated Gas. Heading into Manga Chapter 84, we get to see Goku and Vegeta's reaction to this, right? We get to see how they react to learning about Bardock and how he defeated Gas. And remember, Goku just went through some kind of, awakening. Hearing his father's voice has now brought back all these different memories to him. And we get to see Goku remembers now being in the incubator tube. He remembers seeing Bardock come home after the battle with Gas and how exhausted he was, but he was still happy to be alive and happy that his son was okay. We actually see Goku remembering, even though he was just a kid, Goku remembering seeing Bardock leave for another mission. We also see, Gine and Raditz holding hands. We also see Goku remembers Gine sleeping, Gine cooking, Gine socializing with some friends. So all these memories are coming back. Goku then also sees Bardock, and when Bardock took him out of the incubator tube, and they put him in a spaceship and they sent him off to Earth. This is straight out of Dragon Ball Super Broly, just in shorter pages. And so Goku remembers everything now, and Goku says, I feel like I finally understand what Saiyan pride is all about. Or rather, I remember what's it about along with my dad's face. So Goku reveals that he had not had total faith in his power. Bardock did, even though there was points during Bardock's fight with Gas where Bardock was, weaker than Gas. Vegeta also says that, his burden is not the sins of all Saiyans, but it's the pride of the Saiyans. So you see Goku and Vegeta both have lessons that they learned from listening to Bardock's battle with Gas. Goku's learning how he must have total faith in his power again, and Vegeta learned that, that his burden is carrying on the pride of the Saiyans as one of the last remaining Saiyans left. It's not the sins and their evil deeds, but he must carry on their pride and their fighting spirit. So Vegeta comments is like, why did it have to be Bardock of all people to make him realize this, right? And Vegeta also mentions that to think that Raditz and Goku survived when they were kids because of a Dragon Ball wish. And Goku's like, give me a break, I didn't make the wish, and Bardock and Vegeta's like, wishing for you to thrive at all. I've never heard of such pampered Saiyans. And Goku's like, why not about the way you pamper and you spoil bra, huh? And Vegeta's like, that has nothing to do with the other. So Goku and Vegeta, of course, having banter as always. And we see Bardock says, what a funny way for your will to be passed down. He says, a people's pride isn't about atoning for the sins of the past, and it ain't about taking revenge either. It's about accepting your nature and sticking to your convictions. And that's true of any tribe out there. So we see Monito says, let me heal you guys before Gas, gets back. So you guys have a fair shot against him. Right? And Goku and Vegeta thank him. But we also see Goku and Vegeta get new outfits. So we see Goku and Vegeta, Monito gives Goku and Vegeta Saiyan armor, right? Similar to Bardock and the rest of the Saiyans. And they're shocked. Goku just says, can I just have my original outfit back? And Monito's like, what? You don't want to dress how Bardock did? Vegeta's like, I can't get used to this jacket, even though Vegeta wore that for years before coming to Earth. So then we see Goku and Vegeta are, healed for the most part. They're not fully healed, but, they got most of their strength back. And we see Gas arrive on planet Cereal right in front of Monito's hut. And he demands that Goku and Vegeta come out to face him. Oil communicates to Maki and Alec that, Oil is back on the planet, right? And, he's ready to go. So Oil asks Gas, like, how are you feeling, And Gas is like, I'm feeling like I wasted too much time. Tell Alec that I'll be finished here shortly. And then Oil wishes his brother good luck, and he walks away. He flies away. And Oil says, we'll have a tasting meal waiting for you after your victory. We then get a badass scene of Goku and Vegeta walking up. Goku has his original outfit back on. Vegeta has his training uniform on. He doesn't have his normal clothes like the vest. He has more of his End of Z, his Buu Saga outfit, right? And Gas says, I assumed you would have run off by now. Like you guys would have, ran off the planet. And Goku says, no, it's you and your gang who need to leave. And Gas is like, leave? We plan to as soon as I've slaughtered you two. And Vegeta says, I want to defeat this one even if it kills me. How about you? Goku's like, well, I'm not letting you have all the fun. Vegeta says, fine, and we fight together. Remember, Vegeta earlier did not want to fight with Goku. But now, they just want to win. They just want to beat this guy, no matter what. As prideful as they are, they just want to beat Gas at all costs. So they're going to put their prides to the side and then fight together. Then you see Goku and Vegeta start powering up. And Gas notices that something's a little bit different here. Goku says, I'll be the one to end this. Vegeta says, not on my watch. And we get one of the most badass pages in the Dragon Ball Super Manga so far. Goku goes into full power Ultra Instinct, silver hair and all, looking complete badass. And Vegeta goes into Ultra Ego. An absolute beautiful page, poster worthy. Beautiful. And you can see that together, Goku and Vegeta in their full power states have a tremendous aura, a huge aura that causes the planet to shake and rupture. Remember, for Gas, this is the first time he's ever seen these forms. Granola was the only one that got to see Goku and Vegeta in these forms so far. So Maki's like, what sort of forms are they using now? And Oil says Goku is using some super duper instinct thing, and Vegeta's got his massive ego boost, right? And so that's just funny how Oil, gets the name of the transformation wrong. Maki's like I give a crap about their names. I'm asking if they're strong or not. And Oil's like, yeah, for sure, real strong. But Alec doesn't seem pretty concerned at all. But the reason for that is because Alec made the wish to make Gas the strongest in the universe after Granola, and Granola had already seen these forms, so it shouldn't be a problem at all for Gas to handle. So we see Gas says, you intend to face me together? And he says, Saiyans are as mindless as ever. You still fail to comprehend that such a strategy will not matter given the gulf between us. Goku says, no, you're the one who doesn't get it. Vegeta says, it's got nothing to do with our odds of victory, but what drives us down is the sheer desire to win. We then see Goku and Vegeta get into their stances, and they come firing at Gas. We get a beautiful panel of Goku going for a punch, and Vegeta going for a kick. Goku goes for a left-hand punch, Vegeta goes for a right-hand kick. But in an even more badass moment, Alec is able to block all attacks with nearly no effort. He goes on to state, yeah, that's about what I expected. So he recognizes that these are, very powerful forms, but he's not worried about it in the slightest. So we see Goku goes for a kick on Gas. Gas dodges it. Vegeta goes for a left-handed punch. Gas dodges it. Goku goes for some rapid-fire punches. Gas is, blocking him pretty easily. Vegeta goes for a sledgehammer from above. Gas is able to dodge out of the way. Gas goes into the air. Goku goes after him, trying to fire off some attacks, but Gas is, for the most part, handling it pretty easily. Vegeta comes as well. But we see as the chapter goes on, Goku and Vegeta working together, they are able to, push Gas back a little bit. They're making a little bit of headway slowly, but Gas still, for the most part, is in control. So Gas catches one of Vegeta's punches and then punches him directly in the face. So we see Vegeta go flying to the ground. Then Gas hits Goku with a kick, and Goku goes down to the ground. But they continue to go rapid fire and continue to go straight at Gas. We see Gas continues to deflect Goku and Vegeta's attacks. But, it's not easy. Remember, he's going up against Ultra Instinct Goku at full power and Vegeta in Ultra Ego. So we see Gaston fires off a double ki blast at Goku and Vegeta. They're able to dodge out of the way, and then Goku and Vegeta fire off a Kamehameha Galick Gun combo. Gas is able to dodge out of the way, and he uses a mace ball, fires it off at Vegeta. So Goku and Vegeta fire off this Kamehameha Galick Gun combo, but Gas is able to get out of the way. He hits Vegeta with a giant spike ball from behind, and then Goku's dodging Gas's attacks. But Gas gets annoyed with Goku's dodging. He says he's had enough, and he's actually able to land a kick on Goku and slams him down to the ground. So Gaston says, don't get cocky, you pathetic monkeys. So classic Frieza reference right there. But then we see Vegeta is back on his feet, and he tells Goku to move aside as he's charging up a Hakai ball, right? He says, this is a God of Destruction's move, one capable of erasing mere mortals. If you truly are the universe's strongest, then try standing up to this. We see Goku instant teleports himself out of the way, and Gas says, observe as I deflect your worthless move. Gas then Gas then uses a key shield to try to block the move, and we see Goku teleports himself next to Vegeta to aid, and both Goku and Vegeta together are able to push the move onto Gas, but Gas at the last moment is able to push back. Like I said, Alec is not concerned at all because of what I said earlier, because he made the wish to make Gas the strongest afterwards. After, Granola's wish, and Granola had already faced Goku and Vegeta in these forms earlier. So Gas is actually able to push the Hakaibo back on the Goku and Vegeta, and they get pushed back. Vegeta then decides to go after Gas directly, leaving Goku to deal with the Hakaibo all by himself. Goku goes for a punch on Vegeta, Vegeta goes for a punch on Gas, but Gas counters with a kick, and then he fires off a couple more kicks and sends Vegeta down with a punch with a right hand. So Gas says, "What's wrong?" saying, "Losing too much blood. Do you still think you can win?" And Vegeta says, "Why wouldn't I?" And Gas says, "Save your prattle for the afterlife." We go back to Goku, and him and the Hakaibo are heading right towards the Sugar Alien City. Unless Goku doesn't do anything, he's going to be destroyed along with the Sugar Alien City. But right at the last moment, he's able to throw the Hakaibo up into the atmosphere. Goku then teleports himself to where Vegeta is, but we see that Vegeta is actually able to land a right hand on Gas. And Gas is shocked. He's like, "You worm, what trick is this?" And Gas is shocked because with all the damage that Vegeta has taken, he's shocked that Vegeta is still able to stand up. He asks, "How is your body still moving?" And remember, this is the first time Gas has faced these forms. So Vegeta then says that damage is nothing but fuel for him. The more damage he takes, the stronger he gets. So Vegeta then tells Gas, "You realize what this means? That means I'm only getting stronger." So we head into chapter 85. So we head into chapter 85, right? And Vegeta repeats himself. He says, "Damage is nothing but fuel to keep me engaged in this battle," which for you presents quite the dilemma. What now? Would you like to make me even stronger? So Gas wastes no time. He goes directly at Vegeta, hits him with a kick again, and then hits him with another kick down directly on the ground. So Gas is not playing any games at this point. And Gas says the answer is simple. I'll just have to kill you in one blow and be done with it. Goku is about to interfere, right, and save Vegeta. But then right at that moment, Vegeta is able to get up in a matter of seconds, and he hits Gas in the gut. And Vegeta says, "Thank you for the prime fuel." So like I said, the more damage he takes, the stronger he gets. So then we see Gas continues to unleash on Vegeta, hits him with some lefts, some rights, some kicks. He also uses instant transmission directly on Vegeta. He teleports Vegeta into the air into certain directions and just attacks him, hits him with kicks, and there's nothing Vegeta can do. Every time Vegeta tries to move, Gas hits him with instant teleportation again. So Goku then comments saying that he can use instant teleportation on others. We've never seen Goku be able to do that, right? Even though Goku has more mastery over instant transmission than Gas, we've never seen Goku be able to use instant transmission in such a way. So we see Goku comes flying in, but Vegeta says, "Stay back, Kakarot." He says this is the ideal stimulant and that his ultra ego is continuing to evolve. But then Vegeta then says, "But what of your ultra instinct? It seems no different than before." And he tells Goku, "Figure it out fast because we have to win this battle." So Vegeta then says, "Until you can figure out how to evolve your ultra instinct in this battle, Gas's minds. So Vegeta goes right after Gas and hits Gas with a headbutt. So we see Goku then flies off to a nearby mountain. He de-transforms, he goes back to his base form, and he comments his own instinct. You gotta remember what we said to Goku earlier about finding his own unique version of Ultra Instinct. The two goals for Goku's Ultra Instinct in this arc were to, one, get better at using Ultra Instinct in his normal forms, and two, try to evolve his Ultra Instinct and make him more unique to his own fighting style, instead of just relying slowly on the Angel's way of UI. So then we see Goku, right? He goes into a meditation, and he's just focused, right? He's just focused. As this goes on, Vegeta and Gas continue to go at it, and Gas says, "Cease this pointless struggle. Enough of your deranged technique." Right? You can see Vegeta continues to take damage, but it's not stopping him. Vegeta says, "No, I have not had enough yet. He's not done yet." And we see Vegeta, his eyes are swollen. He's taking a lot of damage. He looks more like a zombie, but he's still getting stronger as this battle goes on. Gas hits Vegeta in the rib cage, right, and then hits him again in the gut. And you can see Vegeta's his battle suit continues to rip apart. Then he hits Vegeta with an uppercut, and Vegeta goes flying down. And Gas says, "You won't be standing up again." Seconds later, though, Vegeta wakes up and he's not done. This actually horrifies Gas, because the fact that Vegeta is taking on all these attacks is mind-blowing. This, for any other guy, this person would probably already be dead. All right, but Vegeta continues to get up because he's using the damage that Gas gives him as fuel, and it's actually making him stronger. So we see Vegeta comes flying at Gas, right, saying that he's no longer bounded by any limits. And we see that Gas, Maki, Oil, and even Elec are kind of scared for a sec, right? But before Vegeta can use the fuel he got from Gas against him, we see Vegeta stops himself. Vegeta has fallen unconscious. His body has given up on him. He has no more energy left to fight. We see Vegeta goes right back into his base form, and he falls unconscious. And the Gas laughs at basically how Vegeta had burned himself out. So Gas then comments of how stupid Ultra Ego is to him. He says, "A technique that damages the user, how stupid." And Maki says that she was freaking out there for a second. Gas then gets a key sword, and he's about to finish Vegeta off for good. But right before he does it, all of a sudden a shield forms around Vegeta. And Gas is like, "Where is this coming from?" And he looks, and you can see Goku, who is meditating. Goku is now using telekinesis on Vegeta. So Goku has not only formed a shield around himself, but he's also formed a shield around Vegeta to protect him from Gas. So Gas is wondering what Goku is up to, because he just sees Goku with his eyes closed, right? And he has no idea. So Gas fires off some more ki blasts at Goku's shield, but it has no impact. So Gas Gas demands that Goku emerge from the shield, right, so that he could kill him. So Goku at that point isn't even paying attention to Goku, just gives out a sigh of relief, and Goku's now ready to go. Goku is then says, "Yep, this was my only option, so I might as well try it out." And Gas is like, "Despite your impending death, you remain carefree." And Goku's like, "I guess so. That's just how I am," which we know that is Goku. Even in the most dire circumstances, Goku remains himself. So Goku then starts to power up, and then Gas is wondering, what are you going to do? Are you going to go back into Super Saiyan Blue? Are you going back into Master UI? Goku says, "Neither. See, I figured out the best transformation to make use of my power." And we see Goku transform into what at first looks like Ultra Instinct Saiyan, or Ultra Instinct Omen, whatever you want to call it. We know that this is the form that precedes MUI. So why is Goku using a form that is weaker than Mashiui, right? And Mackie first says, he transformed. Did he really transform? What color is his dumb hair now? But Oil says still black. Why? Gas comments that he thought that silver indicated maximum strength, so why not use that? Goku says for that Ultra Instinct to work, I need my heart to be calm and tranquil, like an angel. But in this form, I can put my emotions to work. And believe me, my heart's not calm. So we learn here that Goku is now using an emotional version of Ultra Instinct, which is, we can call it true Ultra Instinct. So Goku has now created his own version of Ultra Instinct. So with this version of Ultra Instinct Omen, Goku can use his emotions. You can see that, he's using those Saiyan survival tactics in a way. And we can see, right, now he has the look very similar to how Bardock did. And you can see Gas's PTSD activates once again, seeing the look on Goku's face. Remember earlier how Gas said he didn't see that fire in Goku's eyes? Well, now he does. And Gas says, stop that. That look. Don't look at me like that. And Gas comes flying at Goku. Goku rounds up a right hand fist, and he and Gas hit each other head on. But Goku's punch was able to get way more of Gas than Gas's punch was able to get of Goku. Gas's punch just barely grazed Goku's face. Goku hit Gas so hard that he actually destroyed one of the horns on Gas's side. So we see their class was so ginormous that it causes an explosion around the battlefield. So a point where the Heater ship takes some damage. So we see Goku and Gas now go at it. And what's big to note is Goku's fighting style here in Ultra Instinct, or in True Ultra Instinct, is a little bit different than what you usually expect from Ultra Instinct. It's not, the amazing dodges that you usually get. It's more of a Saiyan type of fighting style, right? And it goes with the emotions that Goku is using. So we see Goku is firing off attacks at Gas. Gas is now having trouble dodging these attacks. Goku teleports behind Gas and hits him with a kick, and he hits Gas with a Kamehameha directly on point blank range. So now Gas is like, how the hell is this happening? Goku says, seems like I'm just barely stronger than you now, but I don't have long, so let's get this done. So Goku tapping into this emotional version of Ultra Instinct, right? Goku, evolving his Ultra Instinct to better adapt to his fighting style has in fact actually made him stronger than Gas now. He's only a little bit stronger than Gas, but it's getting the job done in this battle. So we see Goku and Gas continue to go at it. Goku hits Gas with a huge left hand, which destroys his other horn, right? And we see Vegeta starts to wake up, right? And what's crazy, Gas hits a kick on Goku, but Goku responds with a mouth blast. Probably the first time that we've ever seen Goku use a mouth blast in the series of Dragon Ball. So Gas then curses Goku out, and Vegeta comments like, haha, this fighting style is meant to be Ultra Instinct? How absurd. Gas then says, I sacrificed my pride to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Behold. And he unleashes a bunch of key weapons at Goku. Basically every single key weapon that he's showcased in the arc up to this point. And Gas says, a cretin like you could never hope to surpass me. Goku uses Ultra Instinct to dodge them. We see Gas fires a huge wrecking ball. Goku grabs hold of the wrecking ball and he throws it right back at Gas. Gas then says, a weapon of my own creation could never bring me down. But while he comments that, Goku is able to sneak up on Gas and hits him with a huge kick to the gut, which sends him flying. Gas is in real trouble now. So Mackie is very concerned that Gas might actually lose, and then Oil notices that Elec is gone once again. Once again, Elec appears on the battlefield to confront Gas. Alex says, "Hey Gas, what do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? Why did I make you into the strongest warrior?" And he demands an answer. And Gas says to elevate the Heaters into the universe's greatest organization. And Alex says, "What do you need to do to accomplish that?" Gas says, "No." Gas says, "I must kill the Saiyans." But Alex says, "No, you have to kill Frieza." That's the end game. So Alex, not only wants Gas to kill the Saiyans, but for the Heaters to become the strongest in the universe, he must kill Frieza. Stamping out the Saiyans was only a stepping stone along the way. So Alex says, "Find the resolve to die in battle if you have to. The power I gave you has to be worth more than this pathetic showing." Mackie then comments that, maybe he's being a little too harsh. We don't gotta push him that hard. Goku then comments saying, like, "You don't have to force a guy like that. If he wants to fight us again another time, we can do it anytime." And Alex tells Goku to shut up because there won't be another time for Gas. Goku asks, "What does that mean?" And all of a sudden we see an explosion take place behind Alex. Gas transforms yet again. We see now Gas appear with a very big change in his appearance. He's now much older. He has a wrinkly face, right? And then Goku asks, "What's up with your face?" Mackie and Oyo are in shock. And Alex is like, "I think you see what I mean." So we see that the condition to make Gas the strongest in the universe was to trade in his lifespan. So Gas can get stronger and stronger, but to do that, he has to sacrifice his lifespan as well. Granola had to sacrifice his lifespan once. Gas sacrifices his lifespan every time he powers up. So that leads us into chapter 86. So Alex is happy here. Alex has no problems with the change in Gas's appearance. So we see Alex gets back on the mountain with Mackie and Oyo, and Gas goes right after Goku. You can also see a big change here is Goku's hair is fully black. He no longer has the ultra instinct aura around him, but he's still in UI. You can tell by his eyes. So this is a big this is very symbolic because this shows that Goku is learning how to better control Ultra Instinct in his base form. He's not all the way there yet, but he's getting closer and closer. That's just a quick note. Notice the change in Goku's hair. It's normal black color. So we see Gas uses telekinesis to strangle Goku by the neck, right? And Gas is about to twist Goku's head off his shoulders, but Goku is barely able to use instant transmission to get out of the way. Goku tries to hit Gas with a punch from behind, but Gas sees it coming and hits Goku with a backhand fist. Gas then teleports behind Goku, and Gas says, "I don't think I've ever felt better." He says it feels as if every cell in his body is burning away, fueling him. So then we see Gas grabs Goku by the head and flings him back into the forest. Then Gas creates like a tornado of sorts, a whirlwind tornado, and spins Goku all the way around and tells Goku that he cannot escape this power of his. Then we see Gas fires off a ki blast ray directly at Goku, but Goku is barely able to dodge it to the point where it starts ripping up his gi. You can also see really Goku's emotions here in this state. You can see that's the expressions on Goku's faces. The expression on Goku's face in these panels, you can see the emotions that he's going through in this battle. He's doing everything he can to survive. So then Gas just fires ki blast after ki blast after ki blast at Goku. Goku is barely able to hold on. We see then Gas ends the ki blast barrage, and he ends the whirlwind tornado that he had Goku in. Goku comes falling back on the ground. His gi is ripped up, but he's still in the fight. So, and it's also important to note Goku still is in Ultra Instinct here. Alec comments, "See, he gets the job done once he starts trying." Mackie's like, "Sure, he's winning, hooray." Except something is kind of off about Gas. We see Gas then grabs Goku by the neck again, and we see all of a sudden Gas has these giant hands. He has these giant key hands all of a sudden, and he whacks Goku away. So Oil asks, what's with that wrinkly look he's got? He looks totally ancient. Alex says not to worry, his power is very much intact. In fact, he's way stronger than before. Goku then gets up and comments that your body and your power are way out of sync. And Gas says, my power has been liberated by my flesh. It is important to note here that Gas has no idea that, his appearance has changed. He notes that he knows he's grown stronger, but he has no idea that, he's grown older the longer this fight has gone on, because he has to sacrifice his lifespan to gain this power. Then we see Gas create a giant key foot, and he whacks Goku right up in the air. But Goku comes flying at Gas, right? Gas then forms two giant key hands, and they come right at each other. Right as they're about to collapse, though, a key blast comes right in the middle of them. And then we look down below. Everybody is shocked to see that Granola is back on the battlefield. Monito, you guys forgot that, while Goku and Vegeta have been fighting Gas, Monito has been back in the hut healing Granola. So we see that Granola is healed once again, and he has his full outfit. So Granola is finally back. Goku is happy to see Granola on the battlefield. Alex like, whatever. Cocky of him to show up again after refusing to die. So Granola comes in, but instead of going right at Gas, he goes right after Goku. And Alex like, still holding the grunts against the Saiyans, huh? Smart choice, Granola. Kill him for us, and maybe we'll toss you odd jobs again. So Alex is actually considering, if Granola, kills Goku and Vegeta, maybe we'll let you be our bounty hunter again. But we learned that Granola wasn't actually trying to hurt Goku. He was more just trying to create separation between Goku and Gas to tell him the plan. Granola says, as I dreamt, I too heard your father's voice. Now you need to let me do what I must. Are you willing to wager this battle on my strength? And Goku's like, yeah. So we see then as the dust clear, Goku and Granola are standing side by side. And Alec is annoyed as he sees that Granola is still is not on his side, but he's actually planning to kill Gas. Goku says, I'll keep Gas busy until you charge up enough power to bring him down. Granola thanks him, and he starts charging his attack. Gas actually goes after Goku, but Gas goes after Granola. Sorry, I got my thing wrong. Gas goes after Granola, but Goku powers up and gets in the way. Gas tries to hit Goku with another giant fist. Goku is able to block it, and Goku's actually able to land a kick and send Gas up in the air. We then see Gas not only has two fists, but he also has two legs. So Gas fires a full body attack on Goku, and he lands right on top of Goku with two giant feet. Goku takes a lot of damage, but he is still in the fight. Right at that moment, Gas looks back at Granola, and we see that Granola is charging a full-scale ki blast. Gas says no. How is he doing this? How does he still possess such strength? So then Gas fires off a ki blast at Granola, but all of a sudden a Granola has a shield around him. So just like Goku did for Vegeta earlier, Goku forms a shield that surrounds Granola. Goku says, guess what? Nobody's giving up on beating you down. This annoys Gas to shreds. Gas fires off a bunch of ki blasts at Goku until Goku falls completely unconscious. But then we see, as we see Goku fall unconscious, the shield around Granola disappears, leaving Granola open because he's charging his attack. Granola says no, not yet. He's not ready yet. He still needs a little more time to fire his attack, to charge up his attack. But Gas says, what a shame. And right as, Gas is about to go after Granola, Vegeta gets back in the battle. Vegeta hits Gas with a headbutt. So Vegeta says, any day now, charge up fast or else. So then we see Maki and Oil are about to get involved in the battle, but they get stopped by Monito of all people. Monito says, you're not getting past me. Maki says, listen, no green old man is gonna stop us. But all of a sudden, Monito is able to use his magic powers to put Maki and Oil to sleep so they can get involved. So then Monito asks Granola if he's almost ready. Granola says he sure is, and that he's charged up more energy than he could possibly handle. So we see they're trying to get Gas in place so they can fire off the attack. But the thing about it is, with the angle that Granola is at, if he fires the attack at Gas, it will destroy the entire planet. And Alec knows that. Alec says, would you dare destroy planet Cereal, the home you hope to protect? Right? But right at that moment, we see Gas. He flings Vegeta to the side, but Goku, who was unconscious, wakes up directly into Mastered Ultra Instinct. This goes back to what Whis told us at the beginning of the arc. He told him, save Master Ultra Instinct for when a battle demands that you surpass your limits. And all of a sudden, we see a giant avatar of Goku come out of the ground. And all of a sudden, Gas looks behind him and he sees this giant avatar of Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku. This is the same attack Goku used to finish off Moro in the Moro arc. Goku grabs a hold of Gas and he asks, Gas demands that Goku unhands him. Goku then flings Gas all the way up into space. Flings Gas into space to where Granola is able to aim at the sky and doesn't have to worry about putting his planet in danger. But the thing about it is, Granola is having trouble aiming here because his eyes are still damaged. Even though Monito was able to heal Granola for the most part, his eyes are still damaged. He's not back to full strength. His vision is still blurry. But Oatmeal then comes in the play. Oatmeal allows to help Granola with an aim assist, similar to how he's been helping him with that throughout the arc. So we then see Oatmeal tells Granola to aim a little bit higher. Vegeta says, do it. Monito says, this is your chance. Goku yells, Granola, shoot now. And then Oatmeal gives the command and tells him to fire. And we see Granola fire off a huge Ki Blast attack directly at Gas. The art is absolutely beautiful here by Torotaro. The attack lands, hits Gas, point blank range, and there is a massive explosion that is felt on the entire planet. We see Goku and Vegeta are getting flung back by the wind. We see Granola is barely able to catch Goku and Vegeta in midair. We see Maki and Oil wake up from their little sleep and they have no idea what happened and are looking for Gas. So Vegeta asks, has Granola done it? And Goku says he sure has. They look in the air and you see Gas falling down straight into the air, down to the ground by a nearby mountain. Maki and Oil go flying to go check on their brother, and Granola tells Maki and Oil that he didn't kill Gas because he's not out for revenge against anybody anymore. Granola also says that Gas will be out cold for a couple days, so take him and leave and never darken our doorstep again. So Goku then comments how wild that was, and Granola apologizes for everything. And Vegeta says that it's a little late for that, as they share a laugh. And then we see that Gas is completely out cold, and there's a huge crater from where he landed. But is the battle over? So we head into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 87, and we see Goku says to Vegeta, our training wasn't enough in the end. Vegeta says this was a pathetic victory, never again. I'll own my technique and until I can prove myself superior to you. Goku says me lose to you, not gonna happen. But as they're talking, we see Granola, he falls flat out of pure exhaustion. Goku asks Granola what's wrong. Granola says I'm fine. And Vegeta says, did that final attack really take that much out of you? Yes, because it's a move fueled by my very life. I'm betting it shortened my lifespan even more. Goku asks, what does he mean by that? Granola says, I only have 3 years left to live. That was the price I paid to become the strongest in the universe. Goku is like, why'd you go and do a crazy thing like that? Vegeta says, I suppose the same thing applies to Gas as well. Granola says, probably though, but I don't know how many years he's been left with. Monito comes out and he's like, Granola, let me check on your wounds. And right as Monito goes to heal Granola, Monito notices something. All of a sudden, Monito looks back at himself and he says he feels like he now has the ability to bring you back to full strength. And what we see is something wild. Monito is able to bring Granola, Goku, and Vegeta all back to 100%. It's just like all three men just took a sensu bean. And we learn that Monito's magic powers have advanced significantly throughout the duration of this battle. So him having to heal Goku, Vegeta, and Granola over and over again has actually made him stronger in the long run. So Monito says he wished that he could have used this healing power sooner, and Goku says it is what it is. Alec, who is pissed off at the result of this battle, Alec's like, how was I so off the mark? The universe's strongest? What a total scam. The joke's on me for trusting in those Dragon Balls. So we see Alec then calls for his ship and he's about to leave, and Vegeta notices this as well. Goku calls out to Alec, hey Alec, are you leaving your family behind? Alec looks back at Goku in anger and he says, shut up. There's no time to lose. Besides, any minute now, Gas is going to, and what he was going to say is Gas is going to die because Gas's lifespan has pretty much been used up at this point. So you can see that Alec doesn't even care about his family really anymore. There's no point. So we see right at that moment though, a ki blast hits Monito straight in the, straight through the heart, straight through the chest. Goku and Vegeta look and are in shock at what just happened as Monito falls flat on the ground below. Goku and Vegeta look back and we see Gas has returned once again, and Gas appears far different than we have ever seen him up to this point. We see that Gas basically has aged even more to the point where his skeleton is showing. So he has gotten stronger once again, but at this point he has aged to the point where you can see his body decomposing and his skeleton is showing. So Gas says, no more interest in revenge. Is that what you said, Granola? And Gas says, how about now? Still sticking to that soft-hearted claim. Granola goes to check on Monito. Goku and Vegeta, who are now back at full health. Goku transforms into True Ultra Instinct. Vegeta transforms into Ultra Ego, and they go right at Gas. Gas uses telekinesis to bash Goku and Vegeta's heads together. And we see Gas then hits both of them with a double kick. But Goku and Vegeta are not going to be done that easily. Goku and Vegeta come flying at Gas. Goku hits Gas with a right hand. Vegeta hits Gas with a kick. Vegeta then hits Gas with another kick and sends him flying in the air. Then they charge up a Kamehameha and Gatling gun. You can see that Gas's body is decomposing so much that you can see his flesh legit tearing off where Goku and Vegeta hit him. Gas then hits Goku and Vegeta with a double ki blast. Goku and Vegeta go to block it, but we learn that Gas isn't even firing the ki blast at Goku and Vegeta. Gas goes into his own ki blast just to hit Goku and Vegeta with a double kick that sends them flying. And as you can see, Gas laughs and you can see that his body looks absolutely horrific. Goku comments he dove right into his own energy blast. It's like he doesn't even care about taking damage. Vegeta says that this is sheer madness. It's like fighting something that's already dead. We pan over to Monito and Granola, and it looks like Monito is on death's row. Granola says that Monito can't die. Monito says, "It's fine, Granola. My life should have ended 40 years ago. My only duty since then was raising you right, but you don't need me anymore." Granola says that's not true. He comments that he does need Monito. Monito then says, thank you, Granola, but spending the last of my long years with you was more than I could have asked for." And then we see Monito closes his eyes, and with that, for the most part, Monito is now dead. So we see Granola cry out that he refuses to let Monito die. Goku then hits Gas with a kick to the right, to the arm, and you can see his arm is legit falling apart at the impact of Goku's kick. But Gas doesn't care. Gas hits Goku with a left hand that sends him flying. Goku comments how is his arm even still moving? And Vegeta says it's like a curse to be the universe's strongest. Ellic's like, yes, good, here we go. Get them, go on, Gas. You'll be the strongest of all right up until the second you die. Kill them, kill them, kill them. Makiden's like, quit it, Ellic. Look at him, this isn't normal. We gotta get out of here. This is the battle we can put off winning. Then we see Ellic slap his sister across the face and like, shut up. You know, I told you there won't be a next time. Gas's lifespan is about to run out. Making him far and away the strongest in the universe meant sacrificing that much of his life. And then Gas hears this and he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Gas comments saying, I'm dying? And then Maki's like, Ellic, that's messed up. This is the first step. Gas, Maki, and Oil have heard about what Ellic's plan was and what Ellic actually wished for. So then we see Gas, who's in shock. Gas crawls over to a nearby river and he looks at his reflection, and this is the first time that Gas has actually looked himself in the mirror, and he sees that his face is totally messed up and his body is decomposing. He's shocked to see his skeleton. Ellic then yells at Gas to stop screwing around and that he must kill them quick. Ellic continues by saying, at least make yourself useful to me in your final moments, you worthless scum. Waste any more time, and before we know it, he's gonna, and Gas then Ellic gets interrupted. So you get to see Ellic what he truly thinks of his brother. Ellic was really more just using Gas to further his own agenda. So then all of a sudden we see a very familiar person arrive on the battlefield. Goku, Vegeta, Granola, Ellic, Maki, Oil, Gas are all in shock as we see the arrival of the one, the only Frieza. Frieza has finally appeared after all the times that Frieza had been mentioned throughout this entire arc. We finally see Frieza here at the end. Frieza says it's been some time, Gas, and everyone's in shock. Goku wonders what the hell is Frieza doing here. Frieza says, I understand that you have some business with me. What might that be? And Gas says, I'm gonna kill you. He comes right after Frieza, but Frieza, with no hesitation, absolutely impales Gas through his chest. He puts a hole right through his chest, and we see Frieza kills Gas just like that. Everybody is absolutely shocked and what is happening. Frieza just walks on the battlefield and takes out Gas in one blow, and we see Gas absolutely decompose in front of our very eyes. His hair falls out, he legit melts, and all that's left of him is bones. And to put the final nail in Gas's coffin, Frieza takes his leg and he stomps on Gas's head and destroys his skull. That is the end of Gas. Look at that, bro. Wow. So then Frieza turns to Elec and he's like, Elec, you're the one who contacted me. So once again, I ask, what is your business with me? Elec's like, and Vegeta and Goku are shocked that Frieza was able to take Gas out with one blow after how they had been struggling this entire time with him. Frieza says, unless you had a legitimate reason for summoning me, you're going to be quite sorry you did. Elec says, we got our wires crossed, that's all. No business deal today, I'm afraid. We're so very sorry. Frieza says, let me guess. You meant to have Gas kill me. Frieza says, I have bad news for you then. It looks like Gas is dust in the wind, and you actually see the wind carry off Gas's remains. And Frieza then, in a matter of seconds, appears right in front of Elec and he says, I've known all about your ambitions these past 40 years. I knew and I let you scurry around all while exploiting you for my army's benefit. And Elec is shocked to hear this. For example, the fact Frieza says, why, there isn't a single thing in this universe I'm not privy to. For example, the fact that the weakest of the heaters is you. Maki and I are actually very surprised to hear this, as even though Elec is the leader, he's actually the weakest among the heaters. We see Elec throws a left hand at Frieza. Frieza catches it, and with one fair swoop, Frieza destroys Elec with a ki blast. Elec and Gas are both dead. Then we see Frieza, he looks back at Goku and Vegeta, and Frieza says, why, isn't it you two it seems, the gang's all here. Goku asks Frieza, how did you manage to kill Gas? And Frieza's confused, like, what do you mean, how? Vegeta said Gas had become the strongest warrior in the universe. By all rights, he should have been far stronger than you. Frieza says, in this universe you mean? Well, of course. Frieza says, I've been spending some time in another dimension, you see, so perhaps I wasn't being counted as part of this universe. Goku's like, what do you mean, other dimension? Frieza says, on one of my many conquered worlds, I happened to come across a chamber where time flows differently than in the outside world. Goku and Vegeta quickly realized that Frieza had found a planet that had a hyperbolic time chamber, a room of spirited time. And Frieza reveals that he had been training for 10 years. 10 years in this hyperbolic time chamber. Goku and Vegeta are absolutely shocked. We know that Goku and Vegeta have spent many times in the hyperbolic time chamber. I think the longest amount of time they spent in there was about 3 years. But Frieza spent 10 years in there. Frieza reveals that the reason why he spent all that time training was because I couldn't very well keep losing to Saiyans my whole life, so I needed a bit of a power-up. So the reason why Gas was not stronger than Frieza was because Frieza was not in the universe when Gas became the strongest in the universe. So he wasn't counted as being a part of Universe 7 at that time. So then we see Frieza power up, and Frieza showcases a new transformation. This is not Golden Frieza. We see Frieza debut Black Frieza. Yes, Black Frieza. Frieza's new form. Goku and Vegeta are absolutely shocked. Frieza says, achieving this form took plenty of toil, I'll have you know. And Goku says, no way. Frieza comes directly at Goku. Goku and Vegeta have only seconds to transform. Vegeta goes Ultra Ego. Goku goes into True Ultra Instinct. But Frieza doesn't care. Frieza hits Goku and Vegeta with a double punch. One shots them. One shots them completely out of Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego. Remember, these are Goku and Vegeta's ultimate forms up to this point, and Frieza just completely one-shots them. Frieza, instead of killing them, actually shows mercy to Goku and Frieza, or to Goku and Vegeta. Frieza states, while you two were having fun on this puny planet, I managed to surpass you. Frieza then calls his ship over. Frieza says, I came here in pursuit of a different target, so I'll let you off easy today. So Frieza could have easily killed Goku and Vegeta and finally had his revenge on his nemesis Saiyans, but he actually shows mercy on them and lets them go. Frieza then calls Maki and Oil, who are hiding and trembling in fear. Frieza says, "You wouldn't happen to have any plans after all this. As it happens, my ship could use a cook and a waiter." And Maki and Oil, they said, "We'll take the jobs, please and thanks." Frieza smiles as he takes his new slaves up onto his ship. So Maki and Oil, now that they no longer have Gas and Elec, they become members of the Frieza army as waiters and waitresses. And a cook. Absolutely hilarious. So we see Frieza's ship, he departs planet Cereal. Goku and Vegeta get back up, and then they go check on Granola. Goku asks Granola, "Is Monito gonna make it?" Granola says it's bad, he's not breathing. But all of a sudden, Monito wakes back up and he's fully healed. And Monito's like, "What the hell is going on?" All of a sudden, we see Whis. Whis appears on planet Cereal. Whis says, "This one seemed to be a friend of yours, Goku, so just this once as a special favor." And so Whis used his powers to bring Monito back to life. So there you have it. So Goku thanks Whis, and Whis is happy to see that the battle is finally over. Goku says, "Yeah, it was a little too close for comfort this time." Monito and Granola are wondering who is this, and Vegeta explains that Whis is an angel. Whis asks that Goku and Vegeta return with him right away. Lord Beerus can't figure out how to make instant yakisoba, which is, I guess, like instant ramen or whatever. But Vegeta's like, "Sure." And Vegeta's like, "You could just pour boiling water into it and then it's done." Anyway, Goku extends an offer to Granola. He's like, "Do you want to train with us on Lord Beerus' planet?" But Granola declines the offer. He says, "I made a mess of this planet and I need to fix the damage with the Dragon Balls." Monito says that's right, and then I'll seal them away for good. This planet doesn't need them anymore. Goku says, "Okay, that's a shame, but it's your choice." Vegeta gives Granola over a dragon radar so that they can find the Dragon Balls easier. So Goku says, "I guess we'll be heading out," but before they leave, Monito gives Goku a parting gift, and it's actually Bardock's scouter. So we see a little silhouette of Bardock in the scouter, and Goku smiles as he gets to remember his dad. So then Whis then says, "Should we be off?" Goku and Vegeta say farewell to Granola. Vegeta invites Granola to planet Earth if he ever wants to spar. Whis then says, "Off we go then, farewell new friends." And Goku and Vegeta depart planet Cereal. Goku asks Whis, "You know how the Oracle Fitz mentioned the strongest warrior in the universe? Was it actually talking about Frieza?" Whis says, perhaps, or maybe the strongest warrior emerged elsewhere in our universe. Goku says, "Really? Great, I guess I better get back to training." Whis says, "Wonderful, I expect you to put in the effort." After we dine on some instant yakisoba, that is. And that is the end of the chapter. And that is the end of the Granola the Survivor arc. Woo! Wow. I did that in one take, guys. Like, no lie. That was one take. What is that, 5 hours? Nearly 5 hours. If you guys don't leave a like on this video just for that, like, geez, bro, come on. But there you have it. The end of the Granola the Survivor arc. So, there you go. In my opinion, this is my favorite Dragon Ball Super arc. I love this arc. You know, it's not perfect, but there's so many cool things. From the battle, Goku evolving Ultra Instinct, Vegeta evolving Ultra Ego, the end here with Frieza popping up, right? And Frieza just demolishing Gas and Elec. Frieza's new Black Frieza form, right? You know, of course, seeing Bardock and Goku finally learn of his parents. There's so much for me to like about this arc. But in the comment section, let me know what you guys thought. You know, if you guys watched the whole video, man, like I said, leave a like on the video. I would really appreciate it, especially since I just sat here for the last 5 hours and narrated this thing for you guys. But let me know what you guys thought. What was your favorite moments? What was your favorite chapter? And what do you think is next? What is coming next after this arc for Dragon Ball Super? We know at the time of me recording this video, Dragon Ball Super is on a little bit of a hiatus. They're taking a short break and they're getting ready for the next arc. And I'm excited to see where they go. Goku's going to continue to improve Ultra Instinct. Vegeta's going to continue to improve Ultra Ego. You have Frieza out there who has surpassed Goku and Vegeta at this point with his new Black Frieza form. You also have Broly out there as well. So, and don't forget about Gohan. Don't forget about Beast Gohan. Don't forget about Orange Piccolo. They're out there as well. So let me know what you guys think in the comment section down below. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, leave a like, man. Comment what was your favorite part. Subscribe if you guys are new to the channel. Hit the bell so my name Fitz TV so you guys are notified every time I post a new video. Thank you guys as always. I will see you guys later. Stay safe and healthy, y'all.